Come be a part of.
All right, and then Jake, Lemen'hu Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
መዝሙር 47 በቅንፍ 48 በሁለተኛ ሰንበት የቆሬ ልጆች የምስጋና መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር ትልቅ ነው፣ በአምላካችን ከተማ በተቀደሰው ተራራ ምስጋናው ብዙ ነው። በሰሜን ወገን በመልካም ስፍራ የቆመ የምድር ሁሉ ደስታ የጽዮን ተራራ ነው። እርሱም የትልቁ ንጉሥ ከተማ ነው። እግዚአብሔር በአዳራሾቿ መጠጊያ ሆኖ ይታወቃል። እነሆ ነገሥታት ተከማችተው በአንድነት መጥተዋል። እነርሱስ አይተው ተደነቁ፣ ደነገጡ፣ ታወኩ። መንቀጥቀጥ እንደ ወላድ ምጥ በዚያ ያዛቸው። በኃይለኛ ነፋስ የተርሴስን መርከቦች ትሰብራለህ። እንደ ሰማን እንዲሁ አየን። በሰራዊት ጌታ ከተማ በአምላካችን ከተማ እግዚአብሔር ለዘላለም ያጸናታል። አምላክ ሆይ በአሕዛብ መካከል ምሕረትህን ተቀበል። አምላክ ሆይ እንደ ስምህ እንዲሁም እስከ ምድር ዳርቻ ድረስ ምስጋናህ ነው። ቀኝህ ጽድቅን የተሞላች ናት። አቤቱ ስለ ፍርድህ የጽዮን ተራራ ደስ ይበለው፣ የአይሁድም ሴት ልጆች ሐሴት ያድርጉ። ጽዮንን ክበቧት፣ በዙሪያዋም ተመላለሱ፣ ግንቦቿንም ቁጠሩ። በብርታቷ ልባችሁን አኑሩ፣ አዳራሿን አስቡ፣ ለሚመጣው ትውልድ ትነግሩ ዘንድ። ለዓለምና ለዘላለም ይህ አምላካችን ነው፣ እርሱም ለዘላለም ይመራናል።
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgment. Walk about Zion and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
You better call on to Jah. You better call on to Jah.
Come be a part of.
All right, and then Jake, Lemen'hu Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
If you are wicked man, you cannot enter the kingdom of Zion.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימינך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטך. שופו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות.
Psalm 48.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
You better fall on to Jah. You better fall on to Jah.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Praise be Yah. Yes, I, Rastafari. Erev Tov, Erev Tov. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Or should we say, Bain Arabim Tov, you know what I mean? In other words, between the evenings, as we've been reasoning on between the evenings, so right here, this is the Midrash Monday, the Monday podcast. But here on the Inn and the Irit, of course, this is between the evenings. Actually, it's the evening coming in of the third day of the Shabua that they call Tuesday. Hopefully one's first day, working day, first day of the week. As far as working, speaking about the Monday being the, quote, first market day or the working day. But here we're at the second day, right? We had the second day, Monday. Here, evening time. Evening, morning, one day. So here for the two Psalms right here, we had Psalm 48 right there. And here we segue to Psalm 82. That's the Tuesday evening Psalm or the third day, right? Coming forward, the third day of the Shabbat called Tuesday. So here, Psalm 82. Shema Yisrael. Here we have Psalm 82. Roll.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. 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 Inherit all nations.
Right here. Royal Amharic from the Authorized Revised Amharic Bible, Book of the Seven Seals, His Imperial Majesty's Bible here in the Royal Amharic, Shema Yisrael. Here it is. Well, Psalm 82.
መዝሙር 81 በቅንፍ 82 የአሳፍ መዝሙር። እግዚአብሔር በአማልክት ማህበር ቆመ፣ በአማልክትም መካከል ይፈርዳል። እስከ መቼ ሐሰትን ትፈርዳላችሁ? እስከ መቼ ስለ ኃጢአተኞች ፊት ታደላላችሁ? ለድሆችና ለድሃ አደጎች ፍረዱ፣ ለችግረኛውና ለምስኪኑ ጽድቅ አድርጉ። ብቸኛውንና ችግረኛውን አድኑ፣ ከኃጢአተኞችም እጅ አስጥሏቸው። አያውቁም፣ አያስተውሉም፣ በጨለማ ውስጥ ይመላለሳሉ። የምድር መሠረቶች ሁሉ ተናወጡ። እኔ ግን አማልክት ናችሁ፣ ሁላችሁም የልዑል ልጆች ናችሁ። ነገር ግን እንደ ሰው ትሞታላችሁ፣ ካለቆችም እንደ አንዱ ትወድቃላችኋል። አቤቱ ተነስ፣ በምድር ላይ ፍረድ፣ አንተ አሕዛብን ሁሉ ትወርሳለህ።
Psalm 82. God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judgeth among the gods. How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. Inherit all nations. Inherit all nations. Inherit all nations. Inherit all nations.
Just make them
Come be a part of. Come be a part.
All right,
Come be a part.
LOJ, Lemen'hu Jew Society, Lemen'hu Jew Society, Lemen'hu Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף. אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל, בקרב אלוהים ישפוט. עד מתי תשפטו עוול, ופני רשעים תישאו סלע. שפטו דל ויתום, עני ורש הצדיקו. פלטו דל ואביון, מיד רשעים הצילו. לא ידעו ולא יבינו, בחשיכה יתהלכו, ימותו כל מוסדי ארץ. אני אמרתי אלוהים אתם, ובני עליון כולכם. אכן כאדם תמותון, וכאחת השרים תיפולו. קומה אלוהים, שפטה הארץ, כי אתה תנחל בכל הגויים.
Psalm 82.
מזמור פ"ב, מזמור לאסף.
God standeth in the congregation of the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty, the mighty.
אלוהים ניצב בעדת אל.
He judgeth among the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods, the gods.
בקרב אלוהים ישפוט.
How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. 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 Inherit all nations.
Bain Arabim Tovim. Good evenings. Good evenings here between the evenings, and Erev Tov, good evening, Lila Tov, good night, Boker Tov, and a good break of day. You know, coming forward. Some of y'all are already in that new day, right? So there we had the two psalms. We had the evening psalm for the second day of the Shavuot, Psalm 48, and also the evening psalm for the third day of the Shavuot, because the way we've been told, like, time is like wrong. So as we begin to learn in the scripture what's right, you know, we try to do better right there. So the evening into the morning is coming up as part of the day to come, the third day. So here on the podcast and the broadcast right here, those two psalms right there. We're going to a little more reasoning on that. But here we're in a new book, the second reading here in this fifth book of Moshe, right? The Hebrew book that is called Deuteronomy in the English, and Hebraically is known as Devarim, and Devarim. So right here, let's see right here. Let's see if we can bring this out right here. Okay, give me one moment. All right. Okay, give me just one moment here. I want to be able to stretch the page, so to zoom in on some things right here. And we have to actually go from the to desktop mode. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's share this right here. Um, yeah, pause some of the what we call that right there, the slides. If we can pause the slides, pause it right there if you can. Yeah, just pause the slides right there. We'll come back to that right there. The slides here for this 45th degree of our sabbatical study. Here. Yeah, pause it right there. 13 attributes of mercy. That's good. That's good because here, what do we have here? Here we have the Torah, the 45th sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong. Let's zoom in right here. This is known as, in modern Hebrew, they'll enunciate it. It's called Vaetchana. Vaetchana. Well, as the Yemenite Hebrews and Yehudi, and also according to Afro-Shemitic, instead of Vaetchana, we enunciate it more correctly as, or more anciently as wa. There's the whole thing about the Vav, the Hebrew, six letter Hebrew alphabet. Some call it Vav. Others of us refer to as wow or Vav, right? But here we have Va'et Hanan, Wa et Hanan, Wa et Hanan, Wa and et Hanan, and I pleaded. Let's zoom in on this right here so you can see this kind of front and center right there. They're there. 45th sabbatical study. It says Va et Hanan, Wa et Hanan. So Wa or Va and et Hanan. And I pleaded for mercy. I pleaded for favor. Hanan. What is Hanan? Right? So Hanan, I'm going to get into the verse right now, but just a little overview right here. Hanan means to plead for mercy is for mercy. Let me bring it out right here. This is the best way right here. Picking up with Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 23. Let's go into the verse. Here's the attributes of mercy. And it's interesting because here, when Moshe had asked to get to know Yahweh, get to know he who be, right? Because who he be, right? Well, he wanted to get to know he who be. Here. Let's get this right here. That was in Exodus. So here we're in Deuteronomy, repetition of the law. Here we have the law being spoken to a new generation, right? A new generation of Israelites, the children of the Exodus generation, right? So here we go right here. Got the page there. There we go. So here, reading from the right hand to the left, right? Wa et Hanan. Let me just highlight that word right there. That's the word right there, the word that's highlighted. Wa et Hanan. Wa et Hanan. Right? And here the root word is Hanan. The H2603. Hanan. Wa et Hanan. It means to be, BDB defines it, the Browns, Drivers, and Briggs define it. One of the academic, scholarly, and points of reference, like in study, like the dictionaries, definitionaries. Here in the BDB, definitionary. We say dictionary. Do we look in a dictionary? Do we look in a dictionary for diction? You could, right? But here, the definitionary, or the definition brought out by the BDB, Browns, Drivers, and Briggs, here for this key word. This is the key, the root, getting to our Hebrew roots and culture. Here we get into the key word for Va'et Hanan, Wa et Hanan, right? And the root word here is Hanan, right? What is Hanan, right? So here, BDB definition brings it out as Hanan means to be gracious, to show favor or the pity. In the form of Hebrew, if you were to find this like in the verse, Hanan, in that form there means that he be gracious, right? He shew favor or he pity. So it's like the third person male past tense. But this is the kind of root sense when you're looking at like a root word. So Wa'et Hanan, the root word is Hanan. And what is Hanan? Hanan means to be gracious, Waetchanan. Chanan means to show favor. Here, the kal, Qal, the kal, this is like the simplest form of the word, right? We call this like the root sense, right? But the simplest form of the word, right? To show favor, to be gracious. Now, in some of the forms in Hebrew, there's a nephil sense. The nephil sense, it has a kind of a sense of like the act having been done, right? The act having been done, right? The act having been done, right? So here we have Hanan, all right, and we have the nephil form to be pity, the PL form, one of the verb forms of it, to make gracious, not just to be gracious, but how do you say to make gracious, to make favorable, to make gracious, to be gracious. Here we have the Poel sense. This is just a different, in the Hebrew, there's like 7 basic forms. Right? In other words, the basic word can go through 7 different, remember in English, the breakdown, the, like, what they call the conjugation of a verb? Yeah. So the Hebrew also has its conjugation forms. The Poel sense, to direct favor to have mercy on. Profile, to be shown favor, to be shown consideration. Now, what form is the Hanan in the keyword here? Waetchanan. Waetchanan. It's in the hitpa'el sense. Waetchanan, right? To seek favor, to implore for favor, right? To almost like beg, to plead for mercy, right? To plead for pity, to plead for favor, right? Even in the sense of undeserved favor. Now, there's another form of it, right? The secondary form, but that's not the form we're dealing with here, right? It says to be loathsome. We can touch on that at another time. But as we said with the Hebrew, there's 2 truths of the Hebrew, right? It's like seemingly 2 types of definitions that at first glance they seem not to make sense. You're like, how can this one word be this and that? But as we begin to study, we begin to see not just the letter of the law, but the spirit, right, of the law. But here in the Hanan sense right here, we get to like the very root sense, right? Hana, right? So of Hanan, the root of that would be Hana. What is Hana? Hana is an interesting word. It means to decline or to incline. It can have a sense of to encamp. The word for camp in the Hebrew, machane, like a camp, like encampment, machane, right? Coming from chana, related to the word chana, right? To bend down, or it can be to lay siege against. So like when one army lay siege against the next army or next people's city, they would like encircle it. See the sense? They would encircle it. They would encamp against it. They would like surround it. You see the sense right there? To decline, to encamp, right? So right here, to decline, and some different senses to pitch a tent, generally to encamp, right? This is getting like to the roots. And then we have Hanan. Once again, Hanan, right? To be gracious. Because we get to the root sense down here, let's go to Strong's for a moment. So you see where Strong's has properly to bend, bend down low, right? Let me tell you what I know. Bend, to stoop in kindness to an inferior. The example we like to use of Hanan is like when a little child comes like to a big person, right? Or a bigger person, right? Whether, older child or even like say an adult, like a parent, and the parent bends down. Like when the parent bends down to the child, like you're talking to friends and then a little child pulls, on your pant leg or on your dress, and you turn and say, oh, and you bend down to them. That's the sense of Hanan. You see, Hanan, showing grace, showing favor, pity. The root sense, Hana, to incline, to bend to, right? Stooping kindness to an inferior, right? And in this sense, it brings out the sense of in the spirit of the Hebrew, not just the letter of the law, right? But the spirit, right? To favor, favor. A child comes up and you're like, hold on for a moment. What's up, little baby? What's going on? Hey, what you doing? Oh, what you got in your hand? You see that sense there, right? Causatively, causatively, and this is a sense that Moshe, because it's speaking with Moshe is given his final farewell address here in this fifth book, right, of the Torah, known as Deuteronomy, known as the Sefer Devarim, right, the book of the words, to implore. Wa and etchanan, and I chanan, and I implored. That is to say, I sought to move, right, Yahweh to favor by petition. You know what I'm saying? So here's Moshe, here in this verse, he's giving his testimony right here, that is to implore. So he was pleading in that sense, right? He was begging for mercy, right? He was asking for favor, for mercy, to be shown grace. Wa'etchanan. So here, let's back all this up right here. Here's the first word, the key word here for this 45th sabbatical study here for this Shabbat Shalom. So the full verse here, Wa'etchanan illa Yahweh. Wa'etchanan, and I chanan, right? Illa Yahweh. I chanan il to Yahweh. And I pleaded, right? I implored, right? I beseech, I besought for favor, for mercy, for grace, right? For grace, right? To Yahweh, to he who be. Wa'etchanan illa Yahweh. Ba'et, right? Ba'et or ba'et, at that time, right? Eight. This is not et, but this is eight. It's ein, eight, right? This is eight. Eight in this sense is time, or at that that event. When someone will say at that event horizon, at that particular time, right? During that particular event, right? During that particular experience, that particular occasion, right? Ba'et. So full. Wa'etchanan el Yahweh ba'eta hahi. Ba'et, at that time, hahi. Hahi, he is the pronoun for she, right? So in the context here, this kind of brings out the sense of it was at that particular time, not another time. Because remember the word for time here, ba'et, ait is feminine. So it says, like when it says at that day, like in that day, it might use the phrase bayom hahu. Bayom hahu. Hahu is the he. But the sense, the force of the Hebrew says basically at that day, because the word day, yom, is masculine. So therefore the pronoun within this sense that's being used, it's in agreement, right, with the noun. So because ait for time, this is not the usual word for time, but it has a sense of time, like at that event, when that those things were going on at that event horizon, say that time, not like what time of day it is, not that time. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, just contextually speaking, right? Ba'eta hahi lemor. Now let's go to the English right here. Let's bring out the English of this right here. This is the first word here for this 45th sabbatical study here, the second reading that we have in the fifth book of Moshe, the fifth book of the Torah, the fifth book of the Bible, called the book of Deuteronomy. And I besought. So now this is an old English expression, besought. I mean, we don't really use that language today. Yo, bro, I really besought. Besought. You were seeking. It does have a sense of seeking, but the sense is I was seeking, right? I was imploring. I was seeking for favor. You know what I mean? Like almost like falling on the mercy of the court, right? Even favor in that sense of like undeserved favor, undeserved like grace, right? I besought Yahweh at that time. Ba'et, at the time, right? At that event, hahi, that particular time, lemor, saying. This is what he said at that time, right? That particular time, right? Now, notice right here, we had left off, right? We had left off roughly around here, right? We left off, and I commanded Yehoshua at that time. So you see, going into that time, you see the connections from the previous Torah portion here at the end part, the seventh reading. And I commanded Yehoshua at that time. So the same expression we have right here in verse 23, at that time. And I besought Wa'etachhanan el Yahuwah Wa'etahahi Lemor at that time. And what else happened at that time? Well, scrolling back right here to the previous for continuity purposes. And I commanded Yehoshua at that time, saying, right? Let's just scroll up here and see if there's anything else that occurred perhaps at that particular time. Yes, yes, right? Verse 18, and I commanded you at that time, saying, right? Yahuwah Elohim shall give you this land to possess it. So this is where he's preparing the new generation, the children, right, of the Exodus generation, right? And we're just scrolling over here, just to take a look at and look for a key phrase at that time, right? At that time. So here, this is picking up for continuity purposes here, right? Just going over this right here, getting to the first verse. All right. So Moshe is giving a summary of the events of the wilderness to a new generation, to even a generation that many of them, if they were born, they were very, very young. Right. But now it's on them as it was on their fathers. Right. So here's also bringing out of the 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments, when it says that, to the iniquity of the fathers, the third and the fourth generation of those that hate me. The good thing here is that this generation, right, the children of the Exodus generation, are more inclined to the way, right? And so far they're having victory after victory. They vow, they keep their word. Yahweh answers them. They are, kicking the ites, the other ites, that they are allowed to. They are told, leave Edom, right? Esau, leave Moab, leave Ammon alone, right? But they go after the Amorites. They're told to go after the Amorites, and they're getting victory after victory after victory. Now, for continuity purpose here, in verse 23, why does the Torah portion begin here, right? And I besought, Wa'etachhanan. Let's bring this out here so we can see the KJV and the Hebrew, see through the KJV. And here we have Hanan, as we just touched on. So we looked at the Hebrew verse, the Masoretic verse, the full, Wa'etachhanan, and I, and Etchanan. So Etchanan, and I implored for grace. And I implored for Etchanan, for favor, for pity. Right? Why? Question is here, why is Moshe beseeking or besorting, right? Yahweh at that time saying. Now here, let's do something a little bit interesting here. So that's the traditional standard King James Version. Let's look over here, right? The Hebrew universally here is one and the same, right? So let's look at some of the other translations. BBE says at that time, so they kind of reverse the order of the words, right? I made a request to the Lord saying, yeah, but request, it doesn't tell us what kind of request. The Hebrew, Etchanan, tells us exactly what kind of request. It was a request for favor. It was a request for grace, for pity. You know what I mean? Like you did something wrong, but you like, please, forgive me, in a sense. Almost like, and I pleaded. BSB, a little bit better there, pleading, right? But pleading for favor, pleading for grace. Easy English, well, and just like, there's a song that says something about easy. Easy, I'm forgetting it now. I want to do a little pun. But here's easy English. At that time, I ask. The word is not sha'al in Hebrew to ask, but that's easy English for you, right? The Hebrew universally here, the pointed, unpointed. Wa'etachhanan illa Yahweh, wa'etahahi lemor. So we have the Hebrew versions there, no disagreement there between the different manuscripts. Then the ISV says, I pleaded with Yahweh at that time. Actually, ISV was a little bit better. KJV besought. 400 years ago, we probably would have all understood besought, you know what I mean? And this would not have been necessary because that would have been how we would have been talking. But we don't use those terms besought, right? That's why we had to go into it. So One might think that he was seeking the Lord. Right now, the Koine Greek, right? We'll leave that on the beamer right now, right? As we're focusing on the Hebrew. The NET says, moreover, at that time I pleaded with Yahweh. That actually, the moreover part is not there. The word moreover is not there, but waetchhanan el Yahweh ba'etahi lemor. In the flow of the Hebrew, that is kind of in the spirit of it. It's not literally there, but we like that translation right there. Now, this one, the NHEB, I think it's like the New Hebrew to English translation. It says, I begged, right? I begged Yahweh at that time, saying, beg, plead. Sometime in the Hebrew, right? The translator might translate over here, beg, right? Then the translator will translate from the same Hebrew word over here, over there, plead. You see, it's basically that one in the same sense, but the inner sense of this is, yes, plea, but it's a plea for mercy. It's a plea for favor. Yes, beg, but it's a begging for favor, right? For mercy in the sense of for like pity me, right? So now, why is Moshe going through this here? Right, that's the question here, right? I begged Yahweh at that time, saying, Wa'etchhanan el Yahweh, ba'et hahi lemor, saying, well, let's get into a little bit more of what he was saying. Just here for this, as we're picking up here with this new Torah reading and feeding, right? He says here, O Lord God, O Adonai Yahweh, right? Thou hast begun to shew thy servant thy greatness, thy mighty hand. For what El, I think the El is El here, for what Almighty, what power, what God, right? Let's bring this out. For what is El, what El, right? What El in heaven and Shemayim in the heavens or in the earth that can do according to thy works and according to thy might. So this here is basically some of the language that Moshe, he's saying, I pleaded, and this is what I said. So here, by studying this, we can understand what does Moshe plea, but what does he mean by a etchanan, right? By a etchanan. He goes on to say, I pray thee, I pray thee, let me go over. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the whole reason, right? This is the whole reason for this time, quote, season, ba'etahi. I pray that let me, make me, allow me to go over and to see, the good land, that beyond Yarden, that goodly mountain, and Lebanon, right? Now notice what Moshe, Moses is giving his witness. He's testifying. He's giving a farewell address, but he's also going on the record with this new generation that are basically, for all intents and purposes, they are ready to go into the promised land. And we already know that the children of the Exodus generation were found worthy to go into the promised land. They're a different generation. In fact, they're being born, the majority of them being born, right, in the wilderness is actually a good thing, because their forefathers, were born in captivity. They experienced Mizraim, and they basically had, for lack of a better expression, they basically had kind of a victim mentality, right? I mean, we can really notice that. You can see the interesting psychological or soul profile of the people, and we can also apply that even to ourselves in a new covenant grace. We can learn, right? They say any fool can learn from his own mistakes. This is a saying, and I think the saying is pretty true and good. What do you think? Any fool can learn from his own mistakes, but a wise person, man or woman, a wise person can learn from the mistakes of others. So here's him testifying. He says, but Yahuwah was wroth. He was wroth with me for your sakes. You see that? Notice how Moshe says this right here. He was wroth with me. He was angry with me. He was upset with me because of y'all, right? And would not hear me. So Moshe is saying that he pleaded for mercy, for favor, for grace, but Yahweh being angry with him or upset with him or not pleased with him, right? Because of them, Yahweh would not hear Moshe. And Yahweh said to me, Moshe says, make it suffice thee. Like, may it suffice thee, may be enough for you, sufficient for you. Speak no more to me of this matter. Wow. So Moshe was like, basically, it's like to say, Moses was saying, let me go in the land, let me go in, let me go in, let me go in, forgive me, and come on. Like, yes, I should have done this, but let me go in, let me go in. And Yahweh was like, leave it alone. Let it be sufficient for you. And Yahweh basically shut him down and said, you know what, don't speak no more. Like, it's almost like a child saying to a parent, can I do it? Can I do it? Come on, come on. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't do it no more. So, and the parent saying, all right, enough, right? Let it suffice. Don't speak no more to me. Notice what he says, of this matter. He didn't say, don't talk to me no more. He says, don't talk about this. So that vaetchannun, even in that sense, the heat pa'el sense, I don't know if I brought this out before, but it's what we call in the Yehudit, called Hebrew, a reflexive. It means like kind of a action, kind of doubling over on itself, right? That form of the verb can be used as like, like one is kind of like going back and forth at doing this, right? In a sense, it could be like one can be doing it to themselves, but this form of it is that he was very insistent on pleading. He pleaded and he pleaded and he pleaded and he pleaded. Wa'etachnan, wa'etachnan. And Yahweh, right, said to him, let it suffice thee. Let it be enough for you, right? Don't speak or speak no more to me of this matter. And then Moshe is told something right here. Let's just do this right here. Give me one moment. Sometime a curiosity comes up from my memory. I just want to get, okay, Rab. You see the word he uses? Rab. Right? Now people say, oh, you see, rabbi is not in, but this is where the word come from. This is the root, Rab. What's Rab? Rab can mean like much, great, many, like, but it can also have the sense of it's enough, right? It's enough. It's much. It's enough, right? It's too enough, right? It's abundant, right? So even Yahweh's response to him is like, let it suffice thee, right? Let it suffice thee, or bring out the Hebrew sense here. Let's get to the last part of this verse right here. He says, okay, he says, Eli Yahweh, Wayomer Yahweh, and he who be said, Eli, Wayomer Yahweh Eli, he said to I, Rab Lak, enough for you. It's enough. It's Rab Lak. It is much for you. It's many for you. It's enough. It's abounding. It's numerous. Like, no matter how many times was he asking, right? Beseeching, right? It's enough. It's exceeding. Like, it's really going on too much. Now the other form of it, Rab, as we have later on within the Yehudi use, like rabbi, you see captain, chief, that sense, for the root sense of this, Rab, right? Rab. It's enough, lak, for you. Al tosef. Don't, not, right? Tosef from Yasaf, don't add, don't increase. Like, almost like, don't keep on doing this. Don't add, don't do this again, right? Al Tosef, right? Al Tosef from Yasaf, where we also get like the name Joseph, right? Yasaf. But here, Tosef, he says to Moshe, Al Tosef, like, don't add on to this. Don't do this again, right? Don't keep doing this. Basically, stop. You know what I'm saying? Al tosef dabir a lie. Don't add on speaking dabir a lie. Speaking to I od, continuing, right? Keep going on. You keep going on with this, right? ba dabar, in the dabar, in the word. Remember, this book is known as Debarim, which means the words. In the word, hazeh, in this word, in this matter, in this thing, right? Speaking on this word, this matter, right? This thing. So the full of what he says, Wayomer Yahweh Lai, and Yahweh said to I, Rab Lak, Al Tosef Daber Lai Od, Ba Dabar Hazeh. Don't speak, don't go on anymore. Stop talking about this matter. Right? But what he says to Moshe is, well, get thee up, right? Get thee up into the top of Pisgah, right? Pisgah, right? Or Pisgah. Pisgah, brought out as a hill, Pisgah, right? And lift up thine eyes westward. But for those disciples into the diligent studies, definitely we would reference you to the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. Right? Want to point that out. The Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. Right? To get into a little more of these words, some of the names of the places. Sometimes when you study it and you recognize what it means, you're like, that makes a lot of sense. It kind of brings out even the narrative a little bit more. Here, BDB defines pisca, right, as a cleft, right, as a cleft, right. Let's bring out pisca, right, from passat, to pass between, to pass between or within. Some say it's dubious, to cut up, to contemplate, pisca, right. That cut up contemplate is interesting, right. He says, get thee into the top of Pisgah. Some just say it's a hill, but the name is significant, right? And lift up thine eyes westward and northward and southward and eastward. So here we see the true cross, right? The true cross, right? The four cardinal directions. Told Moshe to get up into the top, to get up into the head, the Rosh. You see the Rosh? Rosh, like in the Amharic and the Ethiopic, well, the Amharic, Ras, Re'is, the head, the top. So the word for Rosh can mean head, you know what I mean? But it also can mean the top of Pisgah, right? The top of this mount, this cleft, this between place, this contemplative place, right? And lift up thine eyes, right? Lift up your eyes. Notice the four directions, what we call the true cross, the plus sign, right? Lift up your eyes westward, right? So look to the west, right? And look westward, right? And northward and southward, right? And eastward. It's kind of interesting when you kind of visualize, right? Just visualize that for a moment. But in these four directions, right? And behold, with thine eyes, for thou shalt not go over this Yarden. Now, what's interesting is in the new covenant, we have Yeshua Adonenu, Yeshua Robenu, Yeshua HaMashiach, right? The Messiah, Yeshua HaNotri, Jesus of Nazareth. We have him going up into a mount that often is referred to as Tabor, into Mount Tabor. You know what I mean? With I think who was it? Was it John? Was it John and Peter? Right? Those two of his disciples, right? And you remember the whole scene up there, right? That occurred, right? There was a transfiguration, right? Actually, it was the three of the disciples, the transfiguration that occurred up there. But what's interesting, right, is who did they see? Right? They saw Yeshua conversing, right? Those disciples saw Yeshua, right, conversing with Eliyahu, Elijah, Elias, right, and also with Moshe. Is that correct? Right. So just to touch on this right here, because this is an interesting kind of New Testament kind of scene right here, right? Right. Because notice the language here. Let's make this simple text KJV light. It says, okay, after he looks in the four directions, right, westward, northward, right, southward, and eastward, right, and he says, and look and see and behold with thine eyes, for thou shalt not go over this Jordan. Right, this Jordan. It kind of implies like there's this Jordan, is there that Jordan? But he should not go over this Jordan. right? And then when we scroll, right, to New Testament, we're very curious about this right here. That was a previous search there. Let's go over here. Moses, right? And how do they do it in the New Testament? Is it Elias? Right? Yeah, right there. Look at that. Look at that. It says here we're in Matthew chapter 17 and 3. And behold, similar language, huh? Behold, there appeared to them Moshe and Elias, right? Talking with him, right? Then we have verse 4. Then answered, okay, this is Peter, right? Saying to Yeshua, Adoni, it is good for us to be here. This is the spot, right? If thou wilt, if it pleases you, allow us, right, allow us to make here 3 tabernacles, one for thee, one for Moshe, and one from Elias, right? Elijah. Let me just do this right here. Let's just drop down into this verse a little bit more, right? Right. Okay. James. So I just said Peter and John, but there's also James, right? And after 6 days, Yeshua taketh Petro, my Kepha, Yaakov, James, and Yohanan, John, his brother, and bringeth them up into a high mountain apart. Now, according to some early traditions and some early other scrolls that early believers and faithful read, like they took out a lot, like there's books like the Lost Book of the Bible, Forgotten Books of Eden, right? Many of those manuscripts, the early faithful read, and then of course we know the apocryphal books, but just pointing out some of those books because it's from those documents that we find the name of this mountain being called, even according to the Israelites of Ethiopia and the church tradition, that is called Tabor, right? Tabor. The mountain is called Mount Tabor. And I think we looked on a map, right, a very good map of that region, and we saw, based on this particular map, that it's like the Mount Pisgah was like over here on this side of what is called the Jordan, right, this Jordan, and then on the other side, we saw a mount that at least was named Tabor. And it was kind of very interesting because, like, wait, Moshe was told that you will not go over this Jordan, right, which kind of implies, I mean, maybe I couldn't be Moshe, but if I was, I might be like, so maybe I'll go over that Jordan. But be it as it may, we have this now here in the Brit Chadasha. So that was in the, Old Covenant Brit Hayashana in the Torah right there, part of this Torah reading and feeding. And then we have this part. So I'm zooming in on this because there's a connection here, right? There's a connection because notice what it says. And after 6 days, 6 days work, right? 7th day Shabbat, just that pointing out the number of days. After 6 days, Yeshua taketh Peter, James, and John his brother, and bringeth them up into a high mountain apart. So he separates these 3 disciples, Peter, James, and John. And then what happens? And was transfigured. His figure change, figure, right, form, and was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. Now here's something very interesting that we have. Remember when Moshe went up, right, after the second set of tablets, after the first one was broken because of the Egel Masecha, because of the molten calf, falsely called the golden calf. Then he went up there the second time. And then remember he came down with the next 2 sets of tablets? That's how the Israelites in the wilderness, after they had broke the covenant with the molten calf, that's how they knew the covenant was renewed. Right? They knew they were still in covenant when Moshe came down. But they said that Moshe's face was like bright. There was like light coming off of his face. The KJV translation from back in the days, they use the phrase horns because the Hebrew uses a similar word. But when you understand the spirit of the Hebrew, when it says that there were horns coming from his face, understanding the spirit of the Hebrew is not literally horns, but they were rays of light. If you look at rays of light, you ever see rays of light? They look like horns, right? They actually do, right? But be that as it may, I'm making a connection here between Moshe coming down with the second set of tablets, and it's also here in the Torah reading and feeding here that Moshe can go over this particular information here, right? So Moses, this Torah portion, Wa'etchana, and he pleaded. He pleaded basically to go over with the Israelites into the land, right? And for Yahweh to rescind, that word that he has spoken to both Moshe and his brother Aaron, who has already, passed away, right? And now he know his time is coming, but he would like to go into the land. So he kept pleading and pleading, right? Now, about the mountain and about the transfiguration. So Moses go up to this mountain, and then here in the New Testament, we have Yeshua with these 3 disciples going up, right, into the mountain. It's just very interesting. I think there's more to it, but just based on what we have here, we see a connection, right? And was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun. Just like Moshe, when Moshe came down from the mount, right, his face was shining so much that they say he had to put a veil. And there's another area of the New Covenant scripture, I think our brother Rabbi Shaul, aka the Apostle Paul, he brings it out when he talks about, that how Moses put a veil over his face, and some, when they read the Torah, there's a veil over their face in the reading of the Torah, even to this day. You know what I mean? But then he mentions that veil is done away with in Moshiach, in Christ, in Messiah. So why are we connecting this? Because after he was transfigured before them, after his face was shining as the sun, after his raiment was white, was bright as the light, was it saying verse 3? And behold, look and see. Right? Behold, look and see, there appeared to them, right? To them, right? Speaking about mainly them, speaking about Peter, right? James and John, the disciples, right? Appeared to them Moshe and Elias or Elijah, talking with him. Now think about this here. Here in this Torah portion, Moshe is saying that, well, Yahweh told him to go up into the mountain and to look at this land. And it seems as though after this, Moshe is not so anxious in a sense, because his pleading where it says, and he besought the Lord at that time. I mean, it was a heavy beseeching, right? He really, really wanted to go in. I mean, you have to think about Moshe all this time, right? All these years, right? He had been with the Israelites for how many years? For 80 years of his life. Well, he's been with them, for all at 120. I'm talking about here, right? You remember, like especially in the wilderness, right? For these 40, right? Because he was called when he was 80, right, to deliver them, and for these 40 years, right? But in a sense, he was at this work for almost 80 years, although he was called when he was 80 years old, right? And now it's about time. Now there's a generation that's worthy to enter into. It's the children of Israel that's worthy to enter into, and now he can. Right? Now he's basically told that he's going to have to die, right, in the Midbar, in the wilderness, and not go over. So he was pleading and pleading. But it seems as though after he went up to the mount, right, and saw what he saw, when he looked in those 4 directions, that's why I mentioned about the cross. Right? I mean, the true cross I'm talking about is these, the X, the Tav, and these 4 directions, right? And these 4 directions, right? Could it be that there was a communication? Remember, it says that they saw Moses and Elijah talking with him, with Yeshua. And then we have Yeshua, right, speaking with Yahweh. And then we also have in the mount and in the camp, we have the angel, the Malach, Panayo, the angel of the presence, right? And this particular angel that doesn't give his name, I mean, he did give it to Moshe, right? And basically he said his name is Yahweh's name, right? There's something going on here, right? Can you see? Can you see? Can you see? Right? And then, of course, Peter says, what he says about these tabernacles, building 3 of them, one for Yeshua, one for Moshe, and one for Elias, right? But it says, while he yet spake. So while Peter, Kepha was still speaking, right? Behold, another behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them. Don't we have this cloud in the wilderness? Right, that was overshadowing the sanctuary, right? And behold, a voice out of the cloud. Don't we? Didn't we also have that too? Voice out of the cloud. That said, what? This is my beloved son. This is he. This is my beloved son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear y'all him. Hear what he got to say. Don't make your suggestions now, right? But hear what thus saith the Lord, in other words. And then it says right here, and when the disciples heard it, they fell on their face and were sore afraid. Because no doubt they must have thought, like, wait, hold on. We read about this happening with the ancestors in the wilderness. And now this is happening with us, with our master, with Yeshua. Right? And Yeshua came and touched them. And what did he say to them? He said, arise, be not afraid. And when they had lifted up their eyes, so they saw Moshe. Now here's the question for y'all. How did they know it was Moshe? And how did they know it was Elijah? This means that the Israelites must have known how one's looked. Right? I don't know whether it was a picture, a painting, a description, but somehow they must have known, right? They could say, oh, that's Moses. And Yeshua said, no, that's somebody else. You know what I mean? No, they knew it was Moses. They knew it was Elijah, right? So here's the thing. So Moshe, right, Elijah, and Yeshua conversing. Moses told to go up to this mountain to look over into the land. And then when you see a topography, right, of the possibility of where Pisgah was, and also the Tabor mountain, right, where this transfiguration occurred, and you see, wow, one is on one side, right, where Yeshua and them went up, and then where Moshe went up was on the other side, right? So when they lift up their eyes, they saw no man save or except Yeshua only. Now note this right here, note this right here, note this right here. And they came down from the mountain. Yeshua charged them. So charging somebody is like commanding them. Like you command them, you charge them, right? Do or don't do. But he charged them saying, tell the vision to no man, right? Tell or don't tell the vision to nobody. But here KJV says, tell the vision. You notice how they do that? It's kind of like a reverse way. Today we'll say, don't tell the vision to anybody, but tell the vision to no man until the Ben Adam, until the son of Adam, until the human being be risen again from the dead. Wow. And the disciples asked him, saying, why then say the scribes that Elias, as the Greeks say Elias, 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 Eliyahu, right? Why do they say that Eliyahu must first come? Right? Notice this right here. Notice this right here. The disciples, the Talmudim, in the Hebrew, the Talmidim, right? They asked Yeshua, Robbeinu, our rabbi, saying, why then, lama zeh, say the scribes, the Sofrim, right? The scribes that Eliyahu, that Elijah must first come. Now notice, Yeshua could have responded and say, well, forget about those scribes. They're scribes and Pharisees. You notice he doesn't say that here. That means that not all scribes, right, are bad, and not all scribes are good. Not all Pharisees were bad, and not all Pharisees were good, right? That's why the Bible says we have to have discernment. Check, right? But it's some of these people that, sometimes we go on these extremes, the extreme tangents, right? And it's not really healthy, right? It's not good for our mental, psychological, our psycho-spiritual health, right? But what did Yeshua say? don't listen to these scribes and Pharisees, don't know what they're talking about. No, Yeshua says, and Yeshua answered and said to them, Eliyahu, Elijah, right, truly shall first come and restore all things. Note this, note this. That means that what the disciples had heard the scribes describe in the script, right? Right? The script, the scribes describe. What they described was true, according to what Rabbeinu, I Rabbi Yeshua, the Rabbi of Rabbi says. He says that true is true. Elias, right? Eliyahu, right? Truly must first come and restore all things. But I say to you, here's the interesting part. But I say to you that Elias, right? Elias, as the English says, Elias, Ethiopically of the Greek, Eliyahu, right? Eliyah, the Hebrew, is come already. That Elijah in the English is come already. And they knew him not. Ain't that something? They were looking for him. They said, yo, see, Judaically, Hebraically, even to this very day, and you might see this kind of tradition, right? Not really a bad tradition, but there's something that's going on here that connects with that tradition. And they have this like for Passover, right? Usually there's like Elijah's seat. Ones and ones families will have a cheer for Elijah, right? Almost like that Elijah may come this Passover, right? This is interesting, right? This whole idea by Elijah. And then over here, when the disciples in verse 10, Matthew 17:10, they had asked him, why do the scribes say this? Right? And he could have said the scribes are adding things, they don't know what they're talking about, as he says in some cases. So in some cases, he said, don't listen to them. They're off here. But in this case, Yeshua said, yes, Elijah, truly, in truth, for real, for show, shall come first and restore all things. But then here's where he dropped the bomb, so to speak, right? He says, but I'm saying to you, right, that Elias has come already. He has come already. Isn't that interesting? Right? Hopefully it won't be said, that he came already. Know what I mean? And they knew him not. Know what I mean? Uh-oh. Right? But have done to him whatsoever they listed. Interesting expression, right? Whatever they listed, like you have a list, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. Whatsoever they listed, likewise shall also the Ben Adam, right? The Ben Adam shall the Son of Man, shall the human being suffer of them, right? And then it says down here, then the disciples, the Talmudim, of Rabbeinu Yeshua HaNotzri, right, Jesus of Nazareth, right, then his disciples understood that he, Yeshua, spake to them of Yohanan Hamatabel, right, of John Hamatabel, the immerser, the Baptist, the baptizer, right? And yes, so this is going to go into another section right here, but this section right here, kind of brings out this idea right here. Just an interesting connection right here, because notice something, that after this particular vision, right, Yeshua said, don't tell the vision, right, this particular vision right here, that the disciples inquire of Elijah. They really don't inquire of Moshe so much. Well, what about Moshe this, Moshe that? No, but they inquire of Elijah, right? And inquire of something that the scribes, right, had already up to that particular point in time in the first century already written about. There's like 400 years between Malachi and Matthew. That's where the apocryphal books come in, right? But the scribes had already written concerning this, and Yeshua is saying right here, well, you know what? This is true, that he must come first. But this they didn't get, that he has come already, and that they did not know him, and they did to him whatever they wanted to do to him. That's kind of like, as they say, that's scary there. That's scary there on a certain level. You know what I mean? Like you miss it, right? You're saying that, hey, we got a seat here for Elijah, and Elijah has already come. Okay, he hasn't sat in the seat that you have for him. You might think that he hasn't come, but he has come already. Chan. And then it says here, just one more time right here, just to this point right here, where the part that we have highlighted, then the disciples understood, right, that he spake to them of John the Baptist. This is interesting. I couldn't know some people talk about this carnation, reincarnation, and emanation. They talk about this, they talk about that. But this is an interesting verse right here, right? Not to get into much of it right here. The part that we were seeing here, as we were seeing to connect these dots, let's back it up. Let's back it all the way up. Here we go, right here, right? This is the part that we kind of segue, right? When he went up to the mountain, right? Because what if when Moshe went up to the mountain there, right, right, there was this communion, right? You know what I mean? So what we see in the new covenant, right, right, is linked to what we saw in the old covenant, right? And I won't say, no, it was at a different time. You have to remember that it says Yeshua, it says the same today, yesterday, forever. And the interesting thing about the word forever in the Hebrew, it doesn't come out, it's lost in the translation to English. Forever doesn't just mean forever future. But forever, according to the Hebrew, also means antiquity. It means forever past. It means, according to the Hebrew, that there is time indefinite, what ones would call eternity, or time out of mind coming like in the future, but there's also an eternity of the past. I think we broke that down in the Hebrew right there. So it is quite possible, right, to he who be who he be, to he who was, he who is, he who will be. That brings out the innocence of the Hashem, of the name Yahweh, right? Wahu Haya, Wahu Howeh, Wahu Yihyeh, Betifera, in Tifera, Tifara, Tifera, in glory. He who was, Wahu Haya, Haya, he who was. Wahu Howeh, Howeh, some would say Wahu Hoveh, Hoveh, Hoveh. Hoveh means the one who's present, Hoveh, right? But more correct, ancient, Hebrew pronunciation, Howeh, Howeh, he who be, Yahweh, right? He who be. Wahu Yihyeh, Yihyeh, right? Yahweh, right? He who will be, right? So remember, this is how Revelation breaks it down, right? He who was, he who is, and he who will be. So with he who be who he be, right? The future, the past, any time is accessible as it is the time, right? So there could be a possible link. I just noticed there's a lot that's going on around this area that matches up in key themes, pattern recognizing right here. But then Yahweh doesn't go into it much right there, but then he says here to charge Yehoshua and encourage him, right? And encourage him. Remember how we do the chazak, yo? Chazak and chazak, right? Chazak. You see chazak and do what? Chazak. This is the same word that appears in certain areas in the Exodus narrative concerning hardening Pharaoh's heart. Now I hear a lot of people saying, oh, why would God do that? Why we harden his heart? But what's lost is the truth in translation. Chazak also means to encourage. So if we look at those verses, some of those verses in Exodus where it says that Yahweh, he hardened Pharaoh's heart. See, the translator says hardened, so we take it as hardened. But when we study to show ourselves approved, we recognize that the bottom line word in many of those instances, not all of them, but in many of those instances is chazak. As we say, whenever we complete a book of Torah, we say chazak, we need chazek, right? Chazak, be strong. Chazak, be encouraged. We need chazek, and make we strengthen. Need chazek, may we encourage one another. So here, just to bring that part out to show that chazak both has in the spirit of the Hebrew a sense of strengthen, chazak, and also chazak has a sense of encouraging, right? To make strong. You make somebody strong, you encourage them. You know what I mean? You make somebody weak, you discourage them. You see how that goes right there? But here, charge, remember Yeshua had charged them? And I was saying that charge is a command. Tsawa, here they have it as sava, sava, right? To command, to charge, to give an order. He gave them an order, right? He gave them an order, right? And here Moshe is also given an order. Look at that. You see how that works right there? Right? That Yeshua gave the disciples an order, right? When they had seen Moshe and Eliyahu and Elijah. And here Yahuwah, right, is telling Moshe, right, to charge Yehoshua and to encourage him and to strengthen him, right? For he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land that thou shalt see. So this is all a response to Moshe's continual pleading and beseeching and besoughting and asking for favor and mercy and grace to enter in, right, to the land. This is all now the response to it. Basically telling him what is going to be and here's how it goes. And then Moses, right, says, so we abode, right? So he pleaded, got the response. It is what it is. He be who he be, right? Hallelujah, right? And then he says, we abode in the valley over against Beth Peor, right? So right here, this is like just getting to some of these main words right here. Here we are, this is where we're at right here for this Torah reading and feeding. Waetchana, right here, this Torah reading and feeding. Waetchana. So we actually went to the verse, right? Went to the verse to bring it out, and the verse there is Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 23, right? So what do we have here in this Torah reading and feeding? Just briefly, right? Here, this Torah reading and feeding, it constitutes, right, Deuteronomy chapter 3 from verse 23 to chapter 7:11, right? 3:23, right, to 7:11. So we have the first reading, like we say, read a reading a day and Ali a day. The first reading, second reading. So here, right, for the what we call the Monday podcast, second day, from that point of view, we have at least these two readings to touch on, right? So we're going to zoom in on these two readings, the first reading. But if one was to do it like having the list of the Torah reading, we would recommend the first reading like on the first day, which aka is the Sunday. The second reading, on the second day, what they call Monday, Tuesday, the third day, Wednesday, in that sense right there. Reading a day and Aliyah a day. So this is the overview right here, so we can study in like bite-size, so to speak, portions. But then we have Yeshaya in the Haftarah, the prophet's reading. In the prophet's reading, we have another reading from Yeshayahu, Isaiah the prophet. Isaiah chapter 40, focus verses 1 to 26. Now recall we had Isaiah as the Haftarah reading also, right, for the first reading from the fifth book, the 44th, when we first entered into Deuteronomy, right? Then in the Brit Chadasha reading, the New Testament reading, we have Matthew chapter 23, focus verses 31 to verse 39, and Mark, the Gospel according to Mark, chapter 12, focus verses 28 to 34. So portion, this Torah reading and feeding overview, outline. In Deuteronomy 3:23, as we zoomed in on, Moshe, he pleads and he is given he prees the land, right? He pleads and he's given the right to pre the land, or to preview the land. He views, right, and previews the the Canaan, right, from Pisgah, right, or Pisgah, right? In Deuteronomy 4:1, Moshe, he commands, right, obedience, right? Remember, he's speaking to a new generation. So he starts out from the previous Torah portion of giving them, a lesson, right? The testimony of what occurred to the forefathers and what the consequences were of disobedience. This is why here he commands a new generation of Bnei Yisrael, of the sons of Israel. He commands them obedience. to Shema. When he says Shema Yisrael, both to hear and to obey. In Deuteronomy 4:41, the cities of refuge east of the Yarden. The cities of refuge. Remember, we touched on that earlier, the refuge cities, the sanctuary cities that will be east of the Jordan. In Deuteronomy 4:44. Now, this is one of the reasons why some of the other Jews were upset with, what's his name? Sean Carter. What's his name? Jay-Z, right? You remember the 444? The whole thing about the 444? It had a lot to do with the understanding of this verse here, Deuteronomy 4:44. In fact, you know what? We might just go into it, maybe not tonight, not this podcast here, but another podcast to bring it out, or may do a little vlog on it, but definitely to touch on it more on the podcast here, maybe in one of the upcoming nights, y'all willing. But this is where that whole 444, where he did something, he said, oh, they were upset with him. Why did he do on 444? Well, if you know the way, then you recognize why, what they were pointing to, right? And this is Deuteronomy 4:44. This is where the whole 444 and Jay-Z thing kind of like emanates from, right? So just want to point that out to you. So here the transition to the second address. This is the point of transition, right, in Moshe's farewell address in this, how can we say, in this testimony, right? He gives this like final testimony, right? The transition to the second address. Then we pick up with Deuteronomy 5:1, falsely called the 10 Commandments, more correctly called the 10 words, right? So again, often, usually they refer to as 10 commands, as we've gone over and over and show and prove that there's no such thing from a Hebrew perspective. They are 10 words. And what is called the 10 commandments is actually one commandment. Why James says, like Jacob, James, Yaakov in the book of James, if you break one, you break all. And that's why what he quotes is he quotes from the words, some of the words of the 10 words of the commandment, also known as the Divrei Habrit. The 10 words is also called the words of the covenant. In other words, the 10 words that's falsely called the 10 commandment, according to the scripture, has at least three real names, not the 10 it's called the commandment, ha-mitzvah, ha-mitzvah, not mitzvot or mitzvot. It's called ha-mitzvah. The 10 words, falsely called the 10 commandments, is called the commandment. It is also called ha-Torah. It's called the Torah, the direction instruction. And it's also called the Divrei, right? The Divrei Habrit. It's called the words of the Berit, the words of the covenant. These are the real names for what is falsely called the 10 Commandments in Western Gentile translation, right? The Decalogue. If you know Greek, Decalogue doesn't mean 10 commandments, right? It actually means 10 words. Just to point that out right there, right? Because I know many of us, we've heard it so often, we've said it, we use it. So even when you see the proof of it, you're like, oh man, why can't, you could call it the 10 Commandments if you want to, if you're enlightened and you want to put yourself in the dark, there is a certain amount of choice, right? Deuteronomy 5:22, right? Moses, the mediator of God's will, the media. That's what the 10 words is all about, actually. Falsely called the 10 Commandments. That's what the 10 words are all about, right? The 10 words are all about Yahweh Eloheinu's, his will, right? This is why His Majesty, right, the elect of God, the King of Kings of Ethiopia, when he speaks about to fulfill what the translator, translates what he says in Amharic as 10 Commandments, but actually Asartu Alat in the Amharic, even in His Majesty's Bible, the Authorized Revised Amharic Bible, nowhere there it has 10 commandments. It's Asartu, the 10 Alat, the 10 words, So there, even there again. 2 or 3 witnesses. So Moses is the mediator, right? Like as we have in the New Testament, there's one mediator, you know what I mean, between God, Yahweh Eloheinu, and between man, between Elohim Ha'ab and man, and that's the man, Yeshua HaMoshiach, the new covenant, right? In the Brit Chadasha. But in the Brit HaYashana, in the old covenant, or what we have here in the Torah, Moshe is the mediator of Elohim's will. And we ask ourselves, well, what is Elohim's will? It is the 10 words that's falsely called the 10 commandments. Because the 10 words, they enjoin both our duties and responsibilities, right, to Elohim, Ha'ab, to God the Father. And then also it points our duties and responsibility to our fellow man. We often call it the true cross. And we say true cross, we're saying a plus sign. Not any of the idolatries or things that people know, the true plus sign or the Hebrew letter Tau, the Hebrew letter Tav, right? Because it both enjoins our vertical responsibility as we are here on earth, the earthly plane. We say, Our Father who art, Abinu Sheba Shemaim, in the Shemaim, the heavens, right? So that's our vertical, right? From earth to heaven, from heaven to earth, yes. And then our horizontal responsibility. So we put the lines from heaven to earth, the vertical bar, and then the horizontal bar, we have a true plus, right? That's a plus, right? Not the false cross, but the true cross. That's the plus sign or the Hebrew Tau, the Hebrew letter Tav in the paleo, in the paleo, right? Or you could look at it Ethiopically, it still keeps the true cross sign right there. But be that as it may, then we have here in Deuteronomy 6:1, the great commandment, right? Remember Yeshua was asked concerning the great commandment, right? Well, here we have that link right here, the great commandment. Now in this section here, it actually leads to the Shema. Right? Remember Deuteronomy 6:4 is the Shema Yisrael. Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Achad. Shema Yisrael. Hear, obey, O Israel. Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be, our creator, our Elohim, almighty power, our ruler, our judge. Yahweh, he who be, Echad. He be the one. So that's in this section here, Deuteronomy chapter 6, right, at verse 4. But here we have the great commandment, right? Deuteronomy 6:10 is a caution, a caution against disobedience. Let me peep you on the Hebrew word here. The word disobedience, see the word Shema Yisrael, like hear, O Israel, right? Hear, O Israel, right? The word Shema also means to obey. So in some cases in the translation, it says one is obedient. And then when we look at the Hebrew word, it's the same shama root as we have in the Shema. Hear, obey, O Yisrael. So there's a caution, there's a warning against disobedience or having the condition called hard of hearing and therefore disobeying, right? Not hearing and obeying. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 1 speaks of a chosen people. Right now, there's a lot of talk about chosen people, and this is the chosen people, and we are the chosen people, and you're not the chosen people, and this one is the chosen people, and those people are not the chosen people. Well, check this out. Israel, Yisrael, even here in the scripture, is chosen. But nobody really asked the real question. Chosen for what? Right? In other words, chosen for what reason? Right? For what purpose? See, it's a purpose, right? You know, it's a choice for a purpose, right? And they were chosen for a purpose. See, we need chosen people. Other people, they have a choice. And remember the word choice and chosen. You see the connection there? Choice, right? The portion outline, and it's Yahweh's prerogative. It's Jehovah's prerogative. You know, like it's my prerogative. Well, it's Yahweh's prerogative, who he chooses for what, right? It's like who has what gifts and callings. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So here in the prophet's reading, Isaiah Yeshai chapter 40, verse 1, right? It says, God's people are comforted. This is the Nachamu Ami. So in the Hebrew, it's Nachamu. Comfort y'all, my people. It has a sense in the Hebrew of speak comfortably to my people, right? Speak comfortably to my people, to comfort, but it's linked with the sense of comforter as well. I just want to point that out. So here we have the 45th reading right here from HaTorah, and the second reading from the book of Deuteronomy, and it's named Vaetchana. Wa and et chanan. That means, and I besought, and I pleaded, and I implored for favor, for mercy, you know what I mean, for grace. The title comes from the first verse of the reading that says, I also pleaded, wa et chanan, and I pleaded, right, Yahweh, with he who be, who he be, ba'eta hahi, at that time, right? Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 23. The portion here, this Torah reading and feeding, it completes the historical prologue of the Deuteronomy covenant document. And it begins a rehearsal, going over again. Remember deutero means like a repetition, a repeat. Deuteronomos, a repetition of the law, right? Mishnah HaTorah, right? Remember, it's being repeated because here we have a whole new generation of Israelite sons especially, right? The fighting men of Israel. And it's already they're doing better than their forefathers. Because their forefathers came out of Egypt, they were warriors, or they thought they were warriors, until they got, these evil reports, right? That caused them to be so scared, right? That they rebelled and were ready to go back into Mizraim. You know what I'm saying? But this generation, their children, right? Their children are doing the sons are doing much better. This is what Moshe, he narrates from the first Torah reading and feeding. All the victories. Yahweh says, fight, we fight, right? The portion completes the historical prologue of the Deuteronomy covenant document and begins a rehearsal of the stipulations. Part of that rehearsal, right? That rehearsal is a repetition of the commandment, i.e., the 10 words, and the famous passage, the famous or well-known passage of the Shema, and that passage is Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now, notice over here, we often for the Shema, we often go into like Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, which is the first verse. But the full of that is Deuteronomy chapter 6, right, verses 4 to 9, right? Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 9. Chan, I don't have it up here for the first day. Y'all know the Queen Makeda, right, and King Malkia Tzedek chant right there. I got to bring this up here on the background here because we're going to segue, get right into it right here. Here, the reading of the first and second, right, Aliyot, right, the first and second readings right here. Give me one moment to bring this out. Here we go. Okay. Give me one moment. Just bringing this up in the back right here. So the full of the Shema. Get to know, get to learn, and let's reason. Yes, brothers and sisters, let's reason on the Shema, right? Why is the Shema? Why is it important? I might actually share some other Shema Yisrael right here, a few of them right here that we have to share. Okay, here we go, like the Shema. But this is really, really, really important here that we study this, you know what I mean? And we understand what the significance, what is enjoining. So often ones will say, hear, O Israel, right? But as we mentioned, the Shema, also understanding the fullness of the Hebrew, is here with an implication to obey. Like somebody say, you heard, usually when somebody said, do you heard, it's not that do you just hear, but are you going to do what you heard? You see that sense right there? It's like not just hearing, right, but also hearing and being obedient to what is heard, right? So here we go right here, right? Here we go. Get that right there. Here we go right there. Okay, so here in this portion, right, also have to touch on some of the commentary from the previous for continuity purposes. Here, we have this theme here. Okay, here, just want to bring it as large. As large as possible. The portion commentary, briefly. Thought for the Shabua right here. What's the thought for the Shabua? Thought for the Shabua of the week, 7 days. Portion commentary is answer to prayer. So the Wa'etchana of Moshe, right? And I besought and I pleaded. This is actually a prayer. This is part of prayer. In prayer, you can beg, right? You can intercede. You can ask, you can request, you can praise, all of this in tefillah, here in prayer. So answer to prayer. Just as Moshe, he longed to enter the land, so too Yeshua awaits, right, his return to Yisrael, right, his return to the Beta Yisrael, to the once lost, now found, for us to really open up our hearts. So he says, he stands at the door, right, and he knocks, if any, would open, right, if any would open to him, right, he's standing at the door and knocking, right, he awaits the day of redemption when he can return at last to his land, right, his people, his disciples, and thereby bring his great redemptive work to its conclusion. Now that's some commentary notes right there. I agree with that in the general sense, but more specifically, right, there is the day of vengeance. That's how Revelation points it to it. But be that as it may that as it be, I also pleaded with Yahweh at that time, Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 23. And this is the interesting commentary. Just want to zoom in on it right there. You see where it says right there? It says, we don't always get what we ask for. Ain't that the truth? Right? Ain't that so true? And Moshe, in this case, he really didn't get what he asked for. Right? But be that as it may, made as it be, brothers and sisters and brothers right here, let's ride up right here. A little bit on the Shema, right? So, right? This is when Yahweh reveals himself, who he be, by revealing who he be by way of those 13 attributes, right? Of his divinity, of his essence, of his being, right? Who he be. So here.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
All right. Can you let it roll? If you, the stills, let them roll, because we want to share this right here, the full of the Shema here in the Hebrew, fully read from the Hebrew right here. If you can let it roll. Here, the Shema Yisrael. Here we go.
ולכתך בדרך ושחבך וגומך וכתבת מאוד על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
Know of a surety that thy seed will be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years. In the fourth and in the last generation shall journey into captivity a second time in ships. Because you have rejected his instructions.
And that's to say, because you have rejected his Torah, rejected his direction, instructions, you rejected her. You rejected his Torah. So the Shema right there, I think is Prince Yehudia. Just save this. Let's just share this here. Let's see. Yes, yes, yes. Can you hear anything? Amen, amen, amen. Yes, yes, yes. That was Prince Yehudia right there with Shema Yisrael. Here, O Israel, right there. Before that, Queen Makeda, featuring King Melchizedek, Melchizedek. And here, just like in the tefillah, when we go up into prayer, Judaically, Hebraically, when Yeshua said that ye worship that which you know not, speaking to like the Samaritan woman, and he says, but we know we worship, speaking from the Yehudi, the Judahite perspective. So from the Judahite perspective, here's a little full of the Shema before we get into this portion here. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 9, and then Deuteronomy chapter 11, verses 13 to 21, and then concluding right with Numbers chapter 15, verses 37 to 41. Right, Numbers chapter 15, verses 37 to 41. Once again, we have Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 9, the full of the Shema. Right, the key verse, of course, is Shema Yisrael, Hear Israel. Right, Yahweh Eloheinu. Right, He who be Jehovah our Elohim, Yahweh Echad. Right, but then that's verse 4, then verse 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then Deuteronomy chapter 11, verse 13 to 21, and then we have Numbers, right? Numbers chapter 15, right? Verses 37 to 41. This often is referred to as tefillah, at least an opening to tefillah. Tefillah is prayer right here. So Shema Yisrael.
Come be a part of.
All right, OJ, Lemen'hu Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Discipleship. Radio.
Yes, sir. 우리 바티가
Hear, O Israel, 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 Israel.
Shema Yisrael.
The Lord our God,
Adonai Eloheinu,
is one Lord.
Adonai Echad.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and on thy gates, my 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 gates. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thine house, and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth, upon the earth, upon the earth. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them. And that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a-whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commands, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
God is watching you.
Ship. Vibration.
Come be a part of.
Alright, LOJ, you want to do society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Ship. Vibration.
part of
Jake, learning through society.
where Hebrew feels like home.
Yes. One more Shema right here. Yaakov Brown right here. Just hear one more version of the Shema. And let's learn to say the Shema Yisrael.
Shema. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Baruch Shem Kevod Malchuto Leolam Vayed ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך ושינתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך ודרק ובשכבך ובקומך וקשתם להיות על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
Yes. Shema Yisrael.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And so here for this Wa'etachnan. Here. First and second aliyot right here. Devarim. Here. Devarim. Chabarim. Wa'etachnan.
Here, give ear, and here. The Rishon Aliyah, the first Aliyah. The first offering up for this Shabbat Wa'etchnan. For this Sabbath I besought. Shabbat Wa'etchnan. Shema Yisrael. Here, give ear, and here. The Rishon Aliyah, first Aliyah. The first offering up for this Shabbat Wa'etchnan. For this Sabbath I besought. Shabbat Wa'etchnan. Here, picking up the fifth book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Deuteronomy. Sefer Devarim, Sefer HaDevarim. Here, Deuteronomy chapter 3, picking up with verse 23 for this 45th sabbatical study here for this Shabbat Strong. And here, Shema Yisrael. Rastafari Hoy, Shema. Here, give ear. For the Rishon, the first Aliyah, the first up offering, a Nafora, for this Shabbat, Wa'etchnan, Sendet, Lemen'hu. Here picking up with Deuteronomy chapter 3, at verse 23, the Hebrew first words, and here for the Rishon Aliyah, the first Aliyah. ואתחנן אליהו בעת ההיא לאמור אדוני יהוה אתה הכילותה להראות את עבדך את גדלך ואת ידך החזקה אשר מיאל בשמיים ובארץ אשר יעשה כמעשך וכי גבורותך. And I besought Waethanan, and I begged, I pleaded, Waethanan. I had previously prayed, Waethanan Eliyahu, Ba'et Hahi Lemor, and I besought Yahweh Jehovah at that time, at that hour, Lemor, saying, Adonai Yahweh, Adonai Jehovah, thou hast begun to shew thy servant thy greatness. Adonai Yahweh, Ata Hachilota Lihareota Eta Abdeka Eta Gadleka, and thy mighty hand with Eta Yadeka Hachzaka. For what El, what true good, true God, what El is there in heaven or in earth? Asher mi El bashamayim ba'aret, that can do according to thy works. Asher ya'isek ma'iseka, and according to thy might. Wikia geburoteka, I pray that make I go over and see the good land that is beyond Yarden, Jordan, that goodly mountain and Lebanon. But Yahweh Jehovah was wroth, was wrathed with me, with I, for your sakes, and would not hear me. Would not hear I, and Yahweh Jehovah said to I, make suffice thee, I. Speak no more to me, to I, of this matter. Get thee up, Ali, into the top of Pisgah, and lift up thine eyes westward, and northward, and southward, and eastward, and behold it with thine eyes. For thou shalt not go over this Yarden, this Jordan, but charge Yehoshua, Joshua, Yasu, and encourage him and strengthen him, for he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which thou shalt see. So we abode in the valley over against Beth Peor, Beth Peor. Shema Yisrael, here, fifth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 4. Here, Deuteronomy chapter 4, the new generation taught the lessons of Sinai. The new generation taught the lessons of Sinai. Here, fifth book of Moses, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now, therefore, hearken, O Israel, to the statutes and to the judgments which I teach you, for to do them, that ye all may live, and go in and possess the land which Yahweh Elohei, Jehovah, the Elohim of your fathers, Yahweh Elohei Abotekem, giveth you. Ye y'all shall not add to the word which I command you, neither shall ye y'all diminish aught from it, that ye y'all may keep the commandments of Yahweh Jehovah Elohim, your Elohim, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what Jehovah did because of Baal Peor, Baal Peor, for all the men that followed Baal Peor. Yahweh Elohim, God Jehovah, the I Elohim, hath destroyed them from among you. But ye y'all did cleave to Yahweh Elohim, to Jehovah, the I them Elohim, are alive, every one of you this day. And hear, Shema Yisrael, give ear, and hear for the Sheni, Aliyah, the second Aliyah up offering up anaphora here for this Shabbat Waethanan, for this Senbet Lemen'hu, this Sabbath I beseech. Here picking up with the fifth book of Moshe, Hebrew book called Deuteronomy chapter 4. Here, Shema, give ear. Deuteronomy chapter 4, here at verse 5, for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second up offering up. Re'ei, לימדתי אתכם חוקים ומשפטים כאשר ציווני יהוה אלוהי לעשותה כן בקרב הארץ אשר אתם באים שמה לרשתה. Behold, see, seen, re'eh, see, seen, behold, re'eh, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as Yahweh Elohai, as Jehovah, my Elohim, commanded me, commanded I, that y'all should do so in the land whither, where ye y'all go to possess it, to possess her. Keep therefore and do, for this is your wisdom and your understanding, your understanding in the sight of the nations, the Goyim, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great? Who has El, the true good, the true God, so nigh, so near to them, as Yahweh Eloheinu, as Jehovah, I Elohim is, in all things that we, I call upon him for. And what nation is there so great that have statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, this Torah, direction, instruction, which I set before you this day? Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul, thy psyche diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. But teach them, thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stoodest before Lifnei Yahweh Eloheka, before Jehovah the I Elohim in Horeb, when Yahweh Jehovah said to me, gather me Ha'am, the people, together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear, to respect all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And y'all came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the midst of heaven with darkness, clouds and thick darkness. And Yahweh Jehovah spake to you out of the midst of the fire. Y'all heard the voice of Hadebarim, the Debarim, the words, but saw no similitude. Only ye heard a voice, and he declared to you his covenant, his barito, which he commanded you to perform, even Eseret Hadebarim, the Eseret Debarim, 10 words, called the 10 Commandments, and he wrote them upon 2 tablets of stone. And Yahweh Jehovah commanded I at that time, at that hour, to teach you statutes and judgments, that y'all might do them in the land whither way y'all go over to possess it, to possess her. Take y'all therefore good heed to yourselves, for y'all saw no manner of similitude on the day that Yahweh Jehovah spake to you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest y'all corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of Zakar or Nekeva, male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air, the likeness of any thing that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. And lest thou lift up thine eyes to Shemayim, to the heavens, to heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon, and the stars even, all the hosts of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, hath divided to all nations, all the Goyim, the international community, under the whole heaven. But Yahweh Jehovah hath taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even Mimitzrayim, out of Kemet, out of Egypt, to be to him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day. Furthermore, Yahweh Jehovah was angry with me, with I, for your sakes, and swear that I should not go over Yarden, Jordan, and that I should not go in to that good land, Toba, Ethiopia, Toba, which Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, giveth thee for an inheritance. But I must die in this land. I must not go over Yarden, Jordan, but ye all shall go over and possess that Toba, that good land. Take heed to yourselves, lest ye all forget the covenant of Yahweh Elohim, Jehovah Yahweh Elohim, which he made with you, and make you a graven image or the likeness of anything which Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, hath forbidden thee. For Yahweh Eloheka is a consuming fire, even a jealous, a zealous Elkanah. When thou, the I, shall beget children and children's children, and ye all shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make a graven image or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, to provoke him to anger. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye all shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereto ye y'all go over Yarden, to possess it, to possess her. Ye y'all shall not prolong your days upon it, upon her, but shall utterly be destroyed. And Yahweh Jehovah shall scatter you among the Goyim, the nations, the international community, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither, where Yahweh Jehovah shall lead you. And there ye all shall serve Elohim, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell, but if from thence, from there, thou shalt seek Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, thou shalt find. If thou seek him with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, thy psyche, when thou art in tribulation, and all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter days, if thou turn to Yahweh Eloheka, to Jehovah the I Elohim, and shalt be obedient to his voice. For Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah the I Elohim, is a merciful El. He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, thy patriarchs, which he sware to them. For ask now the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that Elohim created man upon the earth, and ask from the one side of Shemayim, of heaven, to the other, whether there hath been any such thing as this great thing is, or hath been heard like it. Did ever people hear the voice of Elohim speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard, and live? Or hath Elohim a say to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation, by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that Yahweh Elohim, Jehovah Yah Elohim, did for you in Mitzrayim, in Kemet, Egypt before your eyes? To thee it was shewed, that thou mightest know that Yahweh Jehovah, He is Elohim, Ha-Elohim. There is none else beside Him. That thou should know, that thou mightest know. To the eye it was shewed, that thou mightest know. Ki Yahuwah ha-Elohim, ein od milvado, ein od milvado. That Jehovah, He is the Elohim, the true Elohim. Ki Yahuwah ha-Elohim. There is none, no one else beside Him. Ein oda milvado. Out of Shemayim, heaven, He made thee to hear His voice, that He might instruct thee. And upon earth He shewed thee His great fire, and thou heardest His words, Devarim, out of the midst of the fire, Ha'esh. And because He loved thy fathers, thy patriarchs, therefore He chose their seed, their race, after them, and brought thee out in His sight with His mighty power, Mimitzrayim, out of Kemet, out of Egypt, to drive out Goyim, nations, from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance as it is this day. Know therefore this day, and consider it in thine heart, that Yahweh, that Jehovah, Ki Yahuwah ha-Elohim b'shamayim miyama al ve'ala ha'aretz miyatachat ein oda. Know therefore this day, and consider it in thine heart, that Yahweh Jehovah, He is the Elohim, the true good, the true God. Ki Yahuwah ha-Elohim, in Shemayim above, and upon the earth beneath. There is none else. Ein oda. Thou shalt keep therefore His statutes and His commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth, which Yahweh Eloheka, Jehovah, the I Elohim, giveth thee forever.
Babylon burning, Babylon burning, Babylon burn. They have no water. Fire, fire, fire.
Yes. A lot was going on right there. The Ain Old Malvado, there is none other than He. I like to break that down and build that up. It's a protection against, divination, enchantments of other nations, like right there, they're there. So here we have, let's see, okay, hold on for a moment. We had some little audible just to kind of go into a little teaching on that right there. Let's see this right here. Let's see.
There's a Hebrew tune, the Ain Od Malvado. Ain Od Malvado. There is no other, none else beside Him. The Ain Oda Milvado. Ein Od Milvado. Do you know that tune? Have you heard that tune? The Ein Od Milvado. But here's where it comes from right here. Here in this Shabbat, for this Shabbat Wa'etchana'n, for the 45th sabbatical study for this Rastafari sabbatical strong. And we get into the second, the Sheni Aliyah, the second offering up, I'm offering, the second reading. Second reading, the Sheni, we have Fifth Book of Moses, the Hebrew book that's called in the translation Deuteronomy chapter 4. We have verse 35 and verse 39. Very, very important. Verse 35 and verse 39. Now, when we come to verse 35, here in 35 it says, to thee it was shewed. To thee it was shewed, it was shown. Ata, hareita, and it was shown to the eye, it was shown. Ata, the eye, male. Ata, hareita, ata the eye, male. Hareita, it was shown. La da'at, for knowledge, for gnosis. La da'at, the da'at. Now it's interesting looking Kabbalistically at the tree, when you look at the tree, even that Kabbalistic tree of life, the da'at, the knowledge. In the Koine Greek, it's the gnosis or gnosis, the knowledge, da'at, that thou mightest know. La da'at, hata, hare'eta, la da'at, ki yawahu, ha Elohim, ein od milvado, ein od milvado, ein od milvado, ein od milvado. Translation, that thou mightest know. La da'at, to know, the gnosis, the knowledge. La da'at, ki, that, that Jehovah, who, he, Yawahu, ki Yawahu, la da'ata ki Yawahu, ha Elohim, that thou mightest know that Jehovah, he, who, ki Yawahu, he, ha Elohim, the, ha, definite article in the Hebrew, ha Elohim. He is the Elohim, the true good, the true God. The true Trinity is the Hebrew Trinity, ha Elohim. Ain, none od else milvado, none else, there's none, no one else beside him, that I and I might know, might have the da'at, la da'at is for da'at. What is the reason why it was shewn? It says to thee I, hata. So we have the ata, and we have ata, and now ata Yisrael Shema, and now Israel hear, hearken. So we have ata, but here we have the pronoun hata, speaking to the I, male, speaking to the individual, male, speaking to, if I'm speaking to the I as a male, the pronoun is ata, Baruch ata Adonai. Here we have ata, ha-re'eta. It was shown to the I, male. speaking to Yisrael in the singularity, in that corporate sense, all as one. All as one man. As one man. So that idea that is brought more out in the Brit Chadasha, that sense of we are the body, all the members of the body, and HaMoshiach, he is the Rosh, the Ras, he is the head of this corporate body of which we are one. So speaking to Yisrael as one man, as one male, Ata ha-re'eta, it was shown to the eye, male, la da'at, for knowledge, to know, la da'at, that the eye might know, ki yawahu ha'elohim, ein od milvado, ein od milvado, that thou mightest know that Jehovah, he himself and none other, ki yawahu ha-Elohim, that he who be, who he be, is he, the Elohim, ein od milvado, and there is no one else beside him, ein od milvado. This is what we have here in Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 35. This is a key. These are keys right here. And then when we look at verse 39, bring it forward to verse 39. Know therefore this day. Don't be ignorant. Know therefore this day. V'yada'ita. V'yada'ita hayom. And know, have the gnosis, the knowledge, therefore, this day, and consider it in thy heart. Wa hashevota illa levaveka ki yawahu ha'elohim b'shamayim miya ma'ala Allah ha'aretz miya tachata ein od. Know therefore this day and consider it in thine heart, illa levaveka, in the I-heartically, that he who be, who he be, he himself and none other, ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God. The true Trinity is the Hebrew Trinity in heaven above and upon the Aretz, the earth beneath. There is none else. Ein od. There is none else. Ein, nothing. None od. None else. This is the key. These are the key verses right here. Take note. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 35. Notice how these verses, in essence, are repeating and seeking to drive home to the groundation, this central idea, the gnosis, the knowledge, the da'at, the true divine, this is the true divine data, the da'at, la da'at, hata, hareta, la da'at, ki yawahu ha'elohim, ein oda milvado. And with yada'ita hayom wa heshevota illa levaveka ki yawahu ha'elohim bashamayim ma'ala wa Allah ha'aretza miyatahata ein od. Know therefore this day and consider in thine heart that he who be, Yahweh, Yod-Heh, Weh-Heh, Jehovah, who he, Ha-Elohim. He is the true Elohim, the true good, the true God. Yahweh, who, Ki, Yahweh, who, Ha-Elohim. The true good, the true God in heaven above, Bashamayim Ma'al, and upon the earth beneath, We'al Ha'aretza, Mitachat, Ein Od. There is no else, no one else. Ein Od Milvado. Ein Od Milvado. There is none else beside him. This is a word Hebraically speaking for I-9 week. This is like the root of the confession, right? The confession of he who be who he be. The gnosis. It was shewed for what reason? That we might have the divine data, the da'at, that we might know he who be who he be, that he who ha Elohim, Ein Od Milvado, and there is no one else beside him. We're to know therefore this day and consider in our heartily that he who be who he be, that Jehovah, who he, Ha Elohim, he is the true good, the true God, Ha Elohim in Shemayim, the heavens above and upon the earth, on earth, Wa'al ha'aretza miyatachat, and upon earth tachat, mitachat from below, Ein Od, there is no one else. Ein Od Milvado. Sima. Wa'ata Yisaraya Shema'a.
Come be a part of it.
Ein Od Milvado. There is no one else beside him. He who be, who he 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 be.
Discipleship Radio.
תפתח פיך ותשיר אליו, ככל שתמשיך יזרמו המילים ובוא לגן. אין עוד מלבדו, לחשוב נפרד לבד או לחפש איזה צד, ונדע כולנו כאחד שהבורא בורא עכשיו לייב, ואנחנו בידיים הכי נפלאות של המלך ואין מי שיכול עליו. אין עוד מלבדו, 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 אין עוד מלבדו.
His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of God, King of kings, of Ethiopia, of Ethiopia, of Ethiopia, of Ethiopia, of Ethiopia.
Shalom Chaverim. Here we have today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 9 according to the royal order of Ethiopian Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek, the righteous king, even the King of Kings, Kamal, Haile Selassie, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem, 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 Hashem.
Yes. We have right here today's daily psalm, Psalm 86. Today's daily psalm here as we pick up right here in this new Torah reading and feeding, 45th degree sabbatical studies. Hold on for a moment. Oh, man. All right, so here, let's just bring up this today's daily psalm. We actually didn't cue it on the board right here. Just to touch on some of the basics here in today's daily psalm, Psalm 86. Here we go. We thought we had brought it up on the board, but here let's first go through the first part, basic KJV English, with some of what we call the Hebrew highlights, like the first superscription, first verse, second verse sometimes. But here, today's daily psalm, Ein Od Milvado. Here we go, right here. Shema Yisrael.
Psalm 86.
מזמור פ"ו תפילה לדוד, 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 לדוד.
Bow down thine ear, O Lord, O Lord.
אדוני,
Hear me,
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 אדוני.
hear me.
הטה אדוני אוזנך ענני, 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 ענני.
For I am poor and needy.
כי עני ואביון אני, 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 אני.
Preserve my soul, for I am holy, 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 holy.
כי חסיד, כי חסיד, כי חסיד, כי חסיד. שמרה נפשי כי חסיד אני, 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 אני.
O thou my God, O thou my God, O thou my God, O thou my God.
אתה אלוהי, 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 אלוהי.
Save thy servant that trusteth in thee, that trusteth in thee, that trusteth in thee, that trusteth in thee, that trusteth in thee.
הושע עבדך, הושע עבדך, הבוטח אליך, הבוטח, 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 הבוטח.
Be merciful unto me, O Lord, for I cry unto thee daily. Rejoice the soul of thy servant, for unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. For thou, Lord, art good and ready to forgive, and plenteous in mercy unto all them that call upon thee. Give ear, O Lord, unto my prayer, and attend to the voice of my supplications. In the day of my trouble I will call upon thee, for thou wilt answer me. Among the gods there is none like unto thee, O Lord, neither are there any works like unto thy works. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Lord, and shall glorify thy name. For thou art great, and doest wondrous things. Thou art God alone. Teach me thy way, O Lord. I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. I will praise thee, O Lord my God, with all my heart, and I will glorify thy name forevermore. For great is thy mercy toward me, and thou hast delivered my soul from the lowest hell. O God, the proud are risen against me, and the assemblies of violent men have sought after my soul, and have not set thee before them. But thou, O Lord, art a God full of compassion, and gracious, long-suffering, and plenteous in mercy and truth. O turn unto me, and have mercy upon me. Give thy strength unto thy servant, and save the son of thine handmaid. Show me a token for good, that they which hate me may see it and be ashamed. Because thou, Lord, hast holpen me, and comforted 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 me.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 that comfort. Here we have the Haftarah from Isaiah chapter 40, the Nechamu. Comfort ye, Nechamu, Nechamu, Ami. Comfort ye, my people. Just seeing some, obvious links here, and this Torah reading and feeding here. And here, today's daily psalm, Mizmor Pei Vav, Mizmor Fei Wow, Pei Vav. Psalm LXXXVI, Psalm 86. Steam, a cry, a call for help. And from the opening word, tefillah le Dawid, here we have a tefillah. Here we have a prayer, tefillah le Dawid of David. Right here. Let's just share this right here, just momentarily. Shema Yisrael.
Psalm LXXXVI, Psalm 86. Mizmor Pei Vav, Mizmor Fei Wow. Tefillah le Dawid, Ha'teiwa Azneka Eneni, Ki Oni wa Ebyon Ani, Shamrah Nafshi, Kia Chased Ani, Hosha Avdeka, Hata Adonai, Haboteya Cheleka, Haneni Adonai, Kia Leka, Ekra, Kol Hayom, Sameach Nefesh Avdeka, Kia Leka, Adonai, Nafshi Esa, Kiata Adonai Atova Salah. Rav Chesed Lekol Koreka. Cry for help. First 5 verses right here. A plea for hearing. We have Mizmor Pei Vav. Some say Pei Vav. Mizmor Fei Wow. Psalm LXXXVI. Psalm 86, according to the royal order. Ethiopian Hebrews, and hereafter the order of Malachi as Tzedek. Kedamawi, Haile Selassie, HaKadosh, Baruch Hu, Baruch Hashem. We have a cry for help. The title is a prayer, Tefillah, prayer le Dawid. Tefillah le Dawid. Some say Tefillah le David. Tefillah le Dawid, a prayer of Dawid, of David. The title of prayer is an index to the contents of today's daily psalm, the Mizmor, word, sound, power, vocal intonation. It is largely made up of quotations from the Sefer Tehillim, from the Psalter, as well as other parts of the scriptures, other parts of the Bible, indicating that the author drew on the scriptures for the compilation of a liturgical poem, a liturgical composition. No particular circumstance or situation seems to have been responsible for the composition. Rather, it is to be regarded as a meditation, as an iditation. Today's daily psalm to be regarded as a iditation, a meditation to be used by any person in a time of trouble, in an hour of trials and tribulations. If, quote, it claims no poetic originality, yet it possesses a pathetic, and we need to get a definition of terms here, Chabarim, a pathos, the feeling, emotion, the pain, pathos, an interesting word, pathology, pascha, pathos, and Passover. It's interesting when we get into the words, question, the whole idea of pathos and pathology connected with the Passover, Pesach. But here it says it possesses a pathetic earnestness and tender grace of its own. So the first 5 verses right here is a plea for hearing. A plea for hearing. Verses 1 to 5. Verses 6 to 10 is confidence of a response. The confidence, the confidence, the sureness, the surety for a response, of a response, to receive a response. That I word, sound, and power is not in vain. Verses 11 to 13, prayer for guidance and protection, guidance and protection. 14 to 17, verses 14 to 17, prayer for protection. So we have guidance, Jah guide, and Jah protect. Jah guidance and protection. Jah guidance and protection. Verses 11 to 13, the tefillah, the prayer, or the elot in the royal Amharic, Ethiopically, but here we're in the Hebrew from low degrees to high degrees. The tefillah for guidance, verses 11 to 13. Tefillah for protection, verses 14 to 17. Today's daily psalm, a cry, a call out, a cry in that sense. Not so much a boo-hoo-hoo cry, but a call, Jah, call out. So we have first 5 verses, Tefillah LeDawid, Hatei Yahweh Azneka Eneni Ki Ani We Ebion Ani. Incline thine ear, O Jehovah, and answer me, answer I. Hatei Yahweh Azneka Eneni. For I am poor and needy. Ki Ani We Ebion Ani. Now here's the key right here. When we emphasize sign attributes right here, as we ask, as we petition for a hearing right here, and we are confident in the victory of good over evil.
Come be a part of.
All right, and then Jay, you want to do society?
Where Hebrew feels like home.
So here, today's daily psalm of the day, right? Just reflecting on the psalm of the day right here. We're Psalm 86, cry, a call for help. Also a meditation, right? Also the theme of today's daily psalm, Psalm 86, the prayer of a persecuted, let's bring this up right here. Prayer of a persecuted saint. Now, in today's daily psalm, we have like a compilation, right? It's a compilation, various other verses. So it's like one took, you find some favorite verses in the psalm and kind of taking these verses and bringing them all together, right, within a tefillah, right, within a tefillah, within a prayer. So here, today's daily psalm, we're going to ride up with a couple of points of commentary on it. Right, it's an interesting psalm, but just let's reflect on it. Already here some very interesting points. Let's kind of begin with that first point. Yeah, this tune right here, a little Medi, a little kind of Medi tune, and coming to fulfillment right there, right there. All right, so here, today's daily psalm. So here we have Mizmor, Psalm Mizmor. Some will say Pei Vav, more Afro-Shemitically, Fei Wow, Mizmor Fei Wow, Psalm LXXXVI, Psalm 86. As we mentioned, this theme, the cry for help, like a call, a shout out. People say help, 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 like a cry out, shout out for help. It's a tefillah. It's themed a tefillah. So here, let's get to the first opening verse right here. We have some of the blue letters on to kind of assist with the breakdown and build, right? So we can show it directly here. Manuscript before us, tefillah l'dawi, hatei Yahuwah, ozneka, aneni, ki ani, we'evyon ani. There's a very interesting sense here, both for the poor, right? Ki ani, for I am ani, right? Ki ani, with, and for poor, ki, because poor ani. So here we have this right here, ani, right? Ani, right? Of course, you see these like ani. Remember we talking about the hard and soft sounds? Hard and the soft sounds right there, there. Well, here, let's go to the Hebrew because they don't have all the words kind of noted from the Hebrew. Here, going to Tanakh, we go into all the words noted in the Hebrew. So the full here of this first verse, including what would be the superscription of prayer of David, Tefillah le Dawid, Hatei Yahuwah Ozneka Aneni, Ki Ani, We'evyon Ani. So we have Ani, and we have Ani. But if you look at it in the English, look at here. So here, just looking at the H6041. Right, just to bring out the point when we speak about hard or guttural and soft, like hard and soft, light and heavy. It's almost like a balance, almost like male and female, the divine double helix, even in the linguistics. So here we have ani. What is ani? Ani, some might enunciate as oni, right? But ani here is poor, afflicted, humble, ani, right? Poor, weak, afflicted, humble, low. Right? The sense of this is like depressed. So when he says ki ani, we'ebyon ani. So we have ani, poor, afflicted, humble. The sense of it here, Strong's bring out the sense best here, depressed. To say like depressed in mind. So it's not just poor in finances. See, when we see poor, we might think of like poor, like I'm rich, poor, poor on that level. But no, it's ani. Brings us a sense of poor, in a sense of one who is depressed in mind and circumstance or situation. Now, here they say in Strong's practically the same as here we have, let's see, look at the Hebrew, anayu, anayo, anayo. They have anav and anav, right? But anayo, right here to be poor, humble, afflicted, right? Meek, right here, right? Depressed, you see what's depressed in the figurative sense, in mind, gentle, or in circumstance. See, or in circumstances, needy, right? So there's other words for poor in a more financial sense, but this is an interesting sense here to be humble, right? Depressed in mind. Like when it says, blessed are the poor in spirit, right? When it says poor in spirit, right? The poor in spirit. You get that right there, the ani. So here's the ani, right? And it says, especially saintly, right? So here, the second part of the verse here, first part says, incline thine ear, O Yahuwah. So after the tefillah, first two words, tefillah, here we have tefillah, prayer, tefillah, right? Lid Dawid, of David, of the beloved. Then it begins, Hateh Yahweh, Hateh. Hateh come from nata. Nata means to stretch, right? To stretch, or in the sense of to incline. So we have that sense of incline thy ear, or incline, O Yahuwah, ozneka, azneka, ozneka. Your ozen, ozneka, oznecha, ozneka. Incline your ozen. Some might enunciate as azen, but here we have ozen, ozneka, your ear. So incline, nata, right? Here, the nata is the root word, but in the sense of the verb here, as a kind of a command to Yahweh. Hateh, hateh, hateh Yahweh. Oznecha, ozneka, ozneka. Incline, like bend your ear, incline your ear, right? Incline your ear, right? Aneni, aneni. So here we have Anna, Anna. Now see this word Anna? It looks like Anna. But actually it's Anna because it has an ayn, right? So the Hebrew first letter, reading it from the right-hand side, right, is the ayn. So the hard and soft sounds. Here we have respond, to answer, respond, testify. The sense of answer, I. Respond to I. So he opens up by saying, Hateh Yahweh, ozneka, aneni. Ozneka, your ear, incline your ear. Ane, ani. Ane, ani. Ana, ani. Like to ana, ani. Right? To respond, reply to ani. Right? Respond to me or answer me. Now here, if we just go back over here just momentarily to the KJV, here a little, there a little. KJV says bow down from the nata sense. Nata, the root word, what's his, what's that, not constructed, what's that word? Conjugated in the Hebrew, hateh, hateh, incline, hateh, right? Hateh is like from the he-fill sense of the verb, hateh, to stretch out, to turn, to incline, hateh Yahweh, ozneka, right? Incline your ear, right? Aneni, and Anna, and what it says answer. And see, now KJV says hear me. See what KJV says hear me, but it's not Shema. It's not Shama. Shama here. It's Anna. So more correctly, it should be translated as answer or respond to me. Like incline your ear, O Yahweh, right, and respond to me and answer to me. Speak, shout. Almost like shout back. So to speak, respond, testify to me, right? Aneni. Then the second part of the verse, it says ki, because, right? Ki ani, because poor or humbled, the sense of saying like depressed, right? Once again over here, so we can bring out all the words. Ki, for, because. Sometimes it translates, incline thine ear, O Yahweh, and answer me, for I am poor and needy. That's like the KJV, like the English translation, for I am poor. But the key here brings to the sense of because. Why do this for me? Why do I say Hateh Yahweh, Ozneka, Aneni? Ki Ani. We'evyon, Ani. Because Ani is ani. Ani. You see, in the English, if we look at this in the English, right, from the English transliteration, you see A-N-Y, right, for ani, and then you see for you see ani again. So one might just be inclined to say ani. So ani is I, and ani is poor, depressed. Ani is poor, depressed. But so if you look at the first letter, right, you see one is aleph, right? Let's see if we can highlight this. Let's see if I can highlight the letter. Just capture the letter. Went down to the second verse. There we go. Hallelujah. So you see that letter that's highlighted right there? That's the aleph. It's a soft A. That's why we say ani. Right? Hear the verse again. Ki ani we'evyon ani. Ki ani we'evyon ani. So there's ani and there's ani. Ani. So ani is to say I. Ani vani. I and I. Ani vani. Right? To say ani is to say poor or depressed in that sense. So you see this is ani, first person singular. and usually it's used for emphasis. So usually we can make the statement of I without saying the pronoun in Hebrew. But whenever we have the verb, right, and then also have the pronoun, it's often more emphatic. Because here when he says ki ani, where ebyon ani, he's saying for I, myself, none other, for I. You know, when somebody says I, you say, so who, you? Me, I. You know, me. You know, that sense of me. You know, it's I. Emphasis, emphatic. So here we have ki ani. Here we have ki ani, right? Poor, afflicted. Oh, I didn't even get to the root. Let's get to the root word here. Remember, we had the word ana already in the verse, right? Notice how this word ana here, right, is occupied, busy with, right? To afflict, to oppress, to humble, right? Right? To afflict, to be bowed down. Now, you remember the other word? Let's go back here, right? Tefillah le David hateh Yahuwah ozneka aneni, right? Remember the ana here? But this is the ana of and to respond, and not, right? And not the ana to be afflicted or to be bowed down. It can mean to be occupied, like you really occupied. But then also sometimes when you're really occupied, you like, if you feel humbled, bowed down, you see the sense? Humbled, afflicted, right? So it's an interesting kind of pun, like even in the Hebrew, right? You know what I mean? It kind of means, I can say it's referring to a few things by the use of few words, right? So even in the words used, these words are related to aneni and to I, aneni, and then we have ki ani, right? To be depressed, humble, with ebyon. Oh, didn't even touch on ebyon. Ebyon is like the Ebionites, the early group of Christians was named the Ebionites. I think in the Dead Sea Scrolls it mentions them too, and some other early scrolls, the Ebionites. But ebyon in Hebrew, right, means to be like somebody in need, right, and lack, like you in want, you lack, like you're a needy person, or somebody subjected to downpression and abuse, you know. But it generally has the needy sense, right? And generally the ebyon were in general the lowest class. So it's kind of interesting that there was an early group of Nazarenes and followers of Hamashiach Yeshua, who was called the Ebionites, from this word ebyon. So it says ki ani, where ebyon ani, ki ani, poor, humble, with an ebyon, and of the lowest class. You know, like those who are really destitute. So it can also be want also in feeling too. You know what I mean? So it kind of has both the literal sense, but it can also be used in Hebraically in the figure, right, of speech. So just zooming in on this first verse and kind of noting, you know, some of that, you know, the hard and the soft. I think I had a little audible here. Let's see if this brings it out here.
In the Hebrew, the hard and the soft sounds. First verse we have Hey Yahuwah azneka. Hey Yahuwah azneka eneni ki ani ve'evyon ani. Hey Yahuwah azneka. Hey Yahuwah azneka eneni ki ani ve'evyon ani. So we have two ayns. We have enani, answer I, enani, and ki ani. Because it says, okay, and it says, bow down your ear, bow down thy ear, like bow down thy ear, and hear the implied meaning right here in the first verse. And this is David, Tefillah, David strengthens his prayer by the consciousness of his religion, or hymenot, by the consciousness of his living faith. The English KJV, a prayer of David, bow down thine ear. So from the nat'ah, to stretch or to spread, by the implication to bend away, bow down thine ear. And the ear in the Hebrew is the ozen, from the broadness, concretely the ear, ozen. Now, in the pointing right here, so we have bow down thine ear, O Lord, Hashem, Adonai, Adonai ear, Hashem, hear me. Now the hear me, the H6030 is the Anna, Anna. Now this is a prime root archaic. Literally, it actually means to eye. The word Anna. It also generally means to heed in the sense of paying attention. By implication is to respond. Look at the root word Anna. So it's the Ain. Ain, not Aleph. So we have the Ain, not Aleph. So there's the hard and the softer sound, the soft and the harder sound. So we have to eye, to heed, to pay attention, to respond. Also, by extension, to begin to speak. Specifically, the Anna is the H6030, means to sing, to shout, to testify, to announce. Now, in the context here, it says, "O Lord, Hashem, hear me, hear me." It has the implication of answer I. For I, italics am, the am is not really there, so it would more read directly. For I, poor and needy. For I, poor and needy. The implication for I am poor and needy. So we have this first verse right here of Psalm 86, Psalm 86. Tefillah le-Dawid. Hey, Yahuwah Aznika. Some might point it as Yahuwah Oznika. Yahuwah Oznika. Eneni. We don't say that aneni or ineni because it's an ayin. Now, what's interesting is this: we have two ayins, the hard A sound, and two aleph, the soft, by comparison, A sound. So we have eneni ki ani with ebion ani. So the ebion ani, and then we have the eneni ki ani. Eneni. That's connected actually with the first part of the verse. So we have Hete Yahuwah Aznika. Hete Yahuwah Aznika Eneni. Ki ani with ebion. Ani with ebion. Poor ani, or some point as oni. Ki oni with ebion. Ki oni with ebion ani. Ki oni with ebion ani. So we have ani, the personal pronoun I, ani, aleph, nun, yod, ani with the patah, right? Ani, right? We have the ani, ki, ani. So we have ki, ani. So we have the ani, and then we have the ani. So this proves that they both could not have the same sound. Otherwise, one in hearing it would not be able to distinguish one particular sound from the next. So this is one reason why I won't call it stress it, but we emphasize, right? Enunciate, the enunciation and the emphasis. Tefillah le-Dawid. Hete, Yahuwah Aznika eneni. Ki ani with ebion ani. Ki ani with ebion. So we have poor, ani, ki for poor and needy. For I am poor and needy. Ki ani with ebion. Ki ani with ebion. So they both have an A sound, but one is a harder A sound and one is a softer A sound. So we have the aleph, the contrast between the aleph and the ayin. Aleph, ayin. Eneni. Somebody say aneni, but what is eneni? So we have a few. Actually, we have aznika, oznika, ear, incline thy ear. Hete Yahuwah, hete, or someone pronounce it as hete Yahuwah aznika, hete Yahuwah oznika. Eneni ki ani we ebion ani. So it's like two hards and then two softs. It's kind of interesting for the reader, the speaker, and going over it and practicing. Right, the words sound power. Hete Yahuwah aznika. Hete Yahuwah aznika. Eneni ki ani Ve'ebyon ani. Ve'ebyon ani. Eneni ki ani ve'ebyon ani. So even though ani and ani sounds similar, because of that emphasis to distinguish the ain from the aleph brings out the nuance of the word sound and power. Tefillah ledawi het Yahuwah azneka eneni ki ani ve'ebyon ani ki ani webion ani.
Come be a part of.
Rastafari and the J. Lemen'hu Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
So ani wani, I and I get this ani wani. So right here. Today's daily psalm. Check it. Yes, sir.
Discipleship.
Psalm 86.
מזמור פ"ו תפילה לדוד.
Bow down thine ear, O Lord.
אדוני,
Hear me.
הטה אדוני אוזנך ענני.
For I am poor and
כי עני ואביון אני.
Preserve my soul, for I am holy.
כי חסיד, שמרה נפשי כי חסיד אני.
O thou my God,
אתה אלוהי.
save thy servant that trusteth in thee.
הושע עבדך, הבוטח אליך.
Be merciful unto me, O Lord, for I cry unto thee daily. Rejoice the soul of thy servant, for unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. For thou, Lord, art good and ready to forgive, and plenteous in mercy unto all them that call upon thee. Give ear, O Lord, unto my prayer, and attend to the voice of my supplications. In the day of my trouble I will call upon thee, for thou wilt answer me. Among the gods there is none like unto thee, O Lord, neither are there any works like unto thy works. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Lord, and shall glorify thy name. For thou art great, and doest wondrous things. Thou art God alone. Teach me thy way, O Lord. I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. I will praise thee, O Lord my God, with all my heart, and I will glorify thy name forevermore. For great is thy mercy toward me, and thou hast delivered my soul from the lowest hell. O God, the proud are risen against me, and the assemblies of violent men have sought after my soul, and have not set thee before them. But thou, O Lord, art a God full of compassion, and gracious, long-suffering, and plenteous in mercy and truth. O turn unto me, and have mercy upon me. Give thy strength unto thy servant, and save the son of thine handmaid. Show me a token for good, that they which hate me may see it and be ashamed. Because thou, Lord, hast holpen me and comforted me.
Come be a part of.
Alright, and the J. Lemen'hu Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Discipleship. Separation.
Yes. Interesting here. So here was the Torah portion. Vaetchana, and I, Etchanan, and I besought, 45th sabbatical study. And here we have the psalm here corresponding to the second day, on the second reading. Here we have Psalm 86, Mizmor Pei Vav, Mizmor Pei Wow, Psalm LXXXVI. It's themed the cry for help, a call, a cry for help. Also themed the prayer, the tefillah of a persecuted saint. Persecuted saint. Got to zoom in on the word. What word is saint? Is it Kodesh, right? Or is it Hasid? Here. Let's get into this right here. So we touched on the first verse, the opening verse, the plea. The opening portion is the plea. How do you plead? It's a plea here for a hearing. A plea for a hearing. Tefillah ledawi. Hatei Yahuwah oznecha aneni ki ani ve'ebyon ani. Here we have a prayer of David. Bow down thine ear, KJV. Yahweh, hear, or better, answer. Aneni, ane, ani, aneni, answer me, answer I, for I, poor, ani, ve'ebyon ani, I am poor and needy. So this formula, this is a common introductory formula. The hateh Yahweh ozneka. Hateh Yahweh ozneka. Hateh Yahweh oznecha. Here. Incline your ear. Incline, right? The nata, as we pointed to in the he fill sense, hateh, to stretch out or to turn, to incline. In that sense, incline, ozneka, your ozen, ozen, your ear, right? Interesting in the Ge'ez, the word for ear is izen, right? So we have the izen, the ozen, the azen, the ear. Ozneka, the eye, male, ear. So here we have a common introductory formula in supplications. A supplication, and very interesting because this is what the Vaetchana, is all about, the 45th sabbatical study. And I besought, I pleaded, right? It was a plea for a hearing. Hear me. A common introductory formula in supplication. We find it in Psalm 17, around about verse 5, Hebraically verse 6, and Psalm 31, Hebraically verse 3, perhaps in the KJV verse 2, verse 3, Hebraically verse 3. So in Psalms 17 and 6 and 31 and 3, from the Hebrew view, right, we have the same formula here. Hateh Yahweh Azneka. Hateh Adonai Oznecha. Right? Incline, bend your ear. This is a way of, in the ancient sense, of a plea for a hearing. Give me a hearing, right? And then the key here in this first verse is what we touched on, the poor and needy, right? Ki ani ve'ebyon ani. For ani, for poor or depressed in mind and circumstances. Ki ani ve'ebyon, and ebyon, and needy. And ebyon, ani, I myself. Here for emphasis right here. Also, we have this in Psalm 40, round about verse 18 from the Hebrew. You might check it in verse 17 in the translation KJV. But here, just moving to the second verse, touch on some highlights right here. We have Shamra Nafshi, Kia Chasid Ani, Hoshia Abdeka, Ata Elohai, Haboteach Eleika. Here, preserve my soul. Shamra, preserve her. Shamra, nafshi, preserve she, my psyche, my nefesh. Right here in the verse, Shamra nafshi, preserve, guard, hedge about my psyche, my soul. Shamra nafshi, ki, because, ki chasid, ani, Ki, because Hasid, for, you see what it says holy? KJV says holy, that might make you think this is like the Kadosh from the Kadash, right? But what do we have here? We have Hasid, Hasid, right? Rastafari, are you Hasidim, right? Hasid. So Hasid here, it's an interesting, this is from the attribute of Yahweh. When it says he is chesed, chesed is the attribute of Yahweh, chesed. And chesed, right, linked with the chasid, chasid here, bringing out one who has or manifests the attribute of chesed. Chesed is like loving kindness, right? Often translated as mercy, loving kindness, chesed. One who has received, the idea is what Rabbeinu Yeshua said, be ye perfect as Abinu Sheba Shemayim, as our Father, as your Father who art in heaven. Right? How can we approximate such perfection? It's when we also manifest these attributes, right? These attributes such as chesed, loving kindness, right? Chesed, mercy, loving kindness. So here in this plea for a hearing, right, he starts to bring out why he should be granted such a hearing. Shamra nafshi kia chasid, chasid, I am chasid, I am faithful, kindly. Some translate faithful, kindly, godly, but the sense is come from the attribute chesed, right? Let's scroll down here, chesed, sense of pious, chesed, right? We have chasad, right? See, chasad is to be good, right? To be good, to be kind, to show kindness. Well, that's the heat pa'el sense, reflexive sense, but the general sense is to be good, to be kind. But since it's an attribute of Yahweh, right, chesed, it is to, if you receive good, then you should do good, based on that principle. If you receive mercy, right, from Yahweh, right, Eloheinu, we should also show mercy, receive loving kindness, to express these attributes. This is what Dawid here in his tefillah, that Dawid is expressing here at this second verse right here, Shamra nafshi kia chasid ani. We have the ani again, the I, right? First person, I, right? Shamra nafshi kia chasid ani. Keep my soul, preserve my soul, to shamar, right? Shamar, to keep, to guard, to observe, right? To keep, to guard, right? My nefesh, nafshi, my soul, my psyche, right? Because chasid, because I am a loving, kind one. I'm a merciful one, right? Kia chasid ani, like I'm a saint. This brings out the sense of the prayer of the saint here, right? When we mention that also theme, the prayer of a saint, of tefillah. So he's a saint. He didn't use the word kadosh, right? Note that holy here is not kadosh, but it's chasid. And the attribute of Yahweh is chesed, that he who be who he be, he who be merciful, right? He be the loving kind one, his mercy, his loving kindness. So here Dawid, here he's approximating himself, he's carrying that out, right? Be perfect as our Father. So in the prayer to Elohim Ha'ab, he says, Shamra nafshi, ki chasid ani, Hoshia abdeka, Hoshia, save. Hoshia is from Yasha, right? Hoshia, save Abdeka, save your Ebed, save thy servant, right? Abed, right? The Abed, thy servant, thy slave, thy servant. Hoshia Abdeka, save my servant. Ata, you male, none other, pronoun for you, for emphasis. Ata Elohai, Hoshia Abdeka, Ata Elohai, save your servant, you are my Elohim. Ata Elohai, you are my Elohim. So what do we have here? Keep my soul, Psalm 25, Hebraically verse 20, godly, the Hasid, one who loves Yahweh Eloheinu, right, and has received of his loving kindness and expresses that attribute, and therefore is deserving of his chesed. Because I am chasid, I am deserving of a hearing, I'm deserving of your loving kindness, your chesed, right? That attribute of thee. And then he seals up here in this verse, he says, Hoshia Abdeka, save your servant, save your servant, Hoshia Abdeka, Ata, you, male, and none other, Elohai, Haboteach, my Elohim, Haboteach, Eleika, right? Haboteach, bring out the sense from batach. Batach is like to trust. Haboteach is like to say the one who trusteth, the trusty one, the one who trusteth, has confidence, has boldness. Haboteach, right? Aleika, right? So I am your servant. Save your servant. You are Elohai, right? You are Elohai, right? Haboteach, right? One who trusts, right? Eleika. I'm your servant who trusts in you. It's kind of interesting how it's parsed. First part, Hoshia Abdeka, save your servant. Ata Elohai. You are my Elohim, my creator, my almighty power, right? Haboteach, right? Eleika. Right? I have confidence. The one who has confidence. I'm your servant who has confidence. Haboteach elei to ka, to the I male. Haboteach elei ka. Right? So I just want to bring out this part right here. Then just going through some of these verses. Right? Be merciful. See right there? Hanan. Remember Moshe? Waetchana. And I besought and I pleaded, right, for favor, for grace, for mercy. Waetchana, right? He says right here, he says, Chaneni. Some enunciate it as Choneni, right? In some dialects, Choneni, right? Chaneni Adonai, Chaneni, right? Have mercy, have favor, have pity. Chaneni, right? Adonai, Choneni, Adonai, oh Lord, Lord of his mercy. This is that Lord of his mercy sense. Be merciful to me, oh Adonai, right? Chaneni, Adonai, Choneni, Adonai. Ki eleika, ki, because, right? For, because, eleika, to the I, to the ka, to the I male, and none other. Ki eleika ekra, ki eleika ekra, for to the I kara. Kara means he called. When we add the aleph to it, ekra, right? That means that I call. Ekra, ki eleika, for to the I male, ekra, I call hayom, call all hayom, all the day. Interesting, the kara sense is to call out, especially to call out by name, particularly in this context, to call upon Yahweh by name, right? But also can mean like the mikra kodesh in the holy season, the time, the outcall, convocation. It's an outcall, one's a call out. That's like a twofold sense. We're called out, right, to come together, right? And then we also call out to Shema, right, to hear the reciting, the reading, like what the season, the reason for the season. So kara can mean to call out, to recite, to read, the sense of proclaim. It's translated in this sense to cry. It's like to cry out, to call out, to utter a loud sound. Also to call, right, with the name of Elohim, call with the name of our Elohim, our God. So right here, be gracious, merciful, Honeni, to me. We have this also in other psalms. As we said that today's daily psalm is largely made up of quotations from the Psalter, from the Sefer Tehillim, the book of Psalms, as well as other parts of the Hebrew scriptures. And this indicates that the author, the compiler, the author, right, here it says of the prayer of David, drew on scriptures for the compilation of what we call here a liturgical poem. So it's like when we come together to pray, to worship, this is a classic, a good example of a liturgical, like for congregational worship. You know what I mean? Though it's written in the I sense, right? It applies to ani va'ani, I I and I, to us. Check that sense right there. So be gracious to me, Psalm 50, 57, right, round about verse 1, verse 2. And also, do I cry, ekra, ki, right, ki, he says right here, he says, ki aleka, for to the eye, because to the eye, ekra, ekra, because to the eye, why be gracious to me and merciful to me? The answer, ki aleka, because to the eye, ekra, ki aleka, ekra, but to the eye, ekra, I call, I read, I recite, call Hayom, I call upon you by name, call Hayom, all of the Yom is day, all the day, or by days, right? So do I cry? We also have that in Psalm 57, right? At the second verse, KJV, third verse, Hebraically, right? So he says, rejoice, right? Rejoice the soul, right? The psyche. Rejoice the soul, the psyche of thy Ebed, Ebed, of your servant, right? Ebed, they have slave, but more correctly servant in that sense. But here, it says, Sameach, nefesh abdeka, Sameach, Sameach. It's a command to Samach. Samach means to rejoice. Sameach is like a command saying, rejoice, make glad. Rejoice, make glad. Right? Rejoice, make glad. Sameach, nefesh, rejoice, make glad. But the literal sense, rejoice, make glad, yes. But the spirit of the Hebrew is to brighten up, right? In a figurative sense, to make bliss, make gleesome, that in that happy state. Remember, this one is under depression, right, and mind and circumstance. So here, the request, the ask is sameach, to make glad, to brighten up. Sameach nefesh, brighten up the psyche, brighten up the soul. Sameach nefesh abdeka, of your male servant, of thy servant, right? Ki aleka, right? Because to the eye, ki aleka, for to thee, because to the eye, ki aleka Adonai, right? Adonai. So here we have Adonai, Lord. And when Lord is used, it's a title or attribute, but as Lord, it's like falling on the mercy of the court, right? When it's used in a sense instead of Yahweh, like the Hashem, the name, right? And that's why it's connected even the previous verse, Choneni Adonai, right? Have mercy on me, Lord, oh Lord of his mercy. So right here we have Kia Leka Adonai, right? Nafshi Esa. He says, because to thee, Adonai, Lord of his mercy, right? Do I lift up Esa, do I Nasa. So Nasa is the cow, is like the root sense, but Nasa, right, in the verbal form is like he lifted, he bore up, he carry, he take. To put it in the first person sense, Esa, do I lift up. So he says, Nafshi Esa, Kia Leka Adonai, Nafshi Esa, for to the eye, O Adonai. Nafshi, my soul, my psyche, Esa, I lift up, Esa, I lift up. Ki Eleka Adonai, Nafshi Esa. So what do we have here? Rejoice the soul. These are like familiar words of power, right? Phrases, words of power. Sameach, nefesh. Sameach, nefesh, rejoice the soul, right? With an act of deliverance, right? So I can be cheerful. I can brighten up. Like the dark clouds go away, I can brighten up. Sameach, nefesh. Sameach, nefesh, abdeka, of thy servant. Why? The reason. So there's a request in one verse, or one part of the verse, and then there's a response. Why do I ask, in a sense, even command? Sameach nefesh abdeka, ki eleka, because to the eye, Adonai, oh Adonai, nafshi esa, for to the eye, nafshi, my soul, my psyche, esa. So here we have my soul, my nefesh, in the possessive sense of my soul, nafshi, right? Nafshi esa, do I, right, lift up, right? This is quoted from Psalm 25, right? The opening verse, Psalm 25 and 1, right here. So these words of power, right? These words of power, kia leka adonai, nafshi esa, bring us right here. Here's the opening part, the first 5 verses, right? Is the plea, right? How do you plead, right? How do you plead? For thou, right, Lord, Adonai, here we have the Adonai, remember in this congregational sense, Adonai, right, so that we don't take the name, right, in vain, we don't lift it up in vain. For to the eye, Adonai, good and ready to forgive and plenteous in mercy to all that call up on thee. Here in the Hebrew, Ki ata Adonai Tob with Salah. Tob with Salah. Tob, good, right? Tob, for thou, Adonai, is Tob. Tob, you are good, you're pleasant, you're agreeable, right? You're pleasant to the higher nature, you're excellent, you're good, rich, valuable in estimation. Here, ki ata, for ata, pronoun ata, you male. Ki ata, Adonai, for the I, and none other, Adonai, O Lord, Lord of his mercy, Tob, good, with Salah, with Salah, with Salah, and Salah. Now Salah, here we go. Salah. What is Salah? Some say Salakia, Salah, Slicha, forgive, like forgive me, Slicha, Ani. Right here, Salah means ready to forgive. Salah. Salah is ready to forgive, is forgiving. Right? Also pointing out the attributes of he who be who he be, ready to forgive, from salah, right? Salah, from salah, the verb to forgive, to pardon, right? Ready to forgive, you are ready to pardon, you are placable, right? You are ready to forgive. And notice the Adonai, right? Articulation, ki, ata, Adonai, to with salah, with rabba cheseda lekola koreka, right? He says here, where Rav and nuf, where Rav chesed, v'Rav chesed, right? Here we have a Rav and plenteous. And we touched on that even in the reading in the 45th sabbatical study. Waetchanan, Rav, right? Where Rav, v'Rav chesed, where Rav, much, right? Much, chesed. You are nuf in chesed. Remember chesed? Chesed, the attribute of Yahuwah, goodness, kindness, often translated as loving kindness, and sometimes translated as mercy, right? Calling on those attributes of he who be, who he be. Now, this right here is based on that revelation that Moshe requested. When he says, cause me to know thee, shew me thyself, cause me to know thee. In Exodus chapter 34 and 6. If you check out Exodus chapter 34 and 6, you recognize how powerful this is in a prayer, in a tefillah right here. Ki ata Adonai, where Salah, where Rav chesed, lekol, and you are plenteous, enough in chesed, in loving kindness and mercy, where Rav chesed, lekol, to all, lekol, to all, kor'eka, to all the kor'e, all the callers of ka, all the callers of the eye, lekol kor'eka. Remember the word kara? Right? Kara, the base word, right? Kore is a caller, korim, right? Korim, like the callers, the sayers, the callers, right? So to all that kore, that call ka, to all that call the I male, right? That all that call the I male. Rabba cheseda lekola koreka. And here is very interesting because here, as we mentioned in Exodus 34 and 6, just briefly right here, Chavarine, because some might not go there. Hopefully this might inspire ones to go there and study this on their own. It's a great baracha, right? Because then It's like if you know the key, the essence, right, of he who be who he be, then you'll be able to call on what you need specifically. This is like the lesson here, both with Moses, Moshe, and especially with David, the man after Yahweh's own heart. Here, this verse right here. Remember this verse here? Let's put it in plain type right here. And Yahweh passed by before him and proclaimed, Yahweh, Yahweh El, Rahum Wechanun, Arekapayim, Rav Chesed Emet in the Hebrew, but the English, notice Yahweh passed by. Abar, like the Hebrew, Ivri, Abar. He passed by before him, before who? Moshe, right? Before Moshe, right? And he proclaimed, Yahweh, Yahweh. Notice that Yahweh passed by. Notice that in this verse, Yahweh is 3 times. Hashalush HaKadosh, right? The Hebrew Trinity, the true triune. Notice it's 3 times here. Yahweh passed by before him. And when Yahweh passed by, what did he do? He proclaimed his name. He proclaimed himself, his name twice. Yahweh, Yahweh. El, the almighty power. El Rahum Wechanun. Rahum, merciful, right? We're Chanun and gracious. Erekapayim, long suffering. We're Rab Chesed. Rab, enough, abundant. Rab Chesed, in goodness, loving kindness. Chesed. We Amet. And Amet. Emet, say Emet, like Emet till Amet in the Hebrew. Amet, right? And it goes on with the 13 attributes. We're touching on that briefly in this Torah portion. We'll touch on it a little bit more, but just so that one can see the link, right? The link between this and that, right? The link right here with this verse. You can see it now in this verse right here, where he says, for thou, the I, right? Kiata, Adonai, right? Atob, with Salach, you are good, right? You are beneficial, and you are ready to forgive. You are forgiving. You are pardoning, right? You are Rav Chesed. You are plenteous or abundant. There they said abundant. Here they say pleasant, but it's the same in Hebrew. Rav Chesed, right? Plenteous, abundant in mercy, loving kindness. But this is the part here. This part here, right? You check this part here. Lekol Koreka. Lekol Koreka. Lekol Koreka, to all those that call, right? That call, right? That call to the eye. Now, that kind of ends right there. The first section, verses 6 to 10, speaks about the confidence of the response. Give ear, right? Now, here he invokes in the second section the Yahweh, right? The Hashem, the covenant name. Give ear to my prayer. Remember what it is? It's the tefillah, to my prayer, right? And attend to the voice, to the what? To the call, not to be confused with call, all. We have call, the voice of my supplications. Now, remember we talked about Wa'etchahnan, from Hanan, and here we have Tachanun, Tachanunna, right? Tachanun. What is a Tachanun? Tachanun is the supplication, a supplication for favor. It can be supplicated to man, right? Or can be supplicated to Elohim. Remember, this word here is from Hanan, that connects with our Torah reading and feeding right here. Wa'etchahnan, right? To make that emphasis there. And remember, this is connected with grace, favor, pity, right? Grace, favor. So it's like a supplication, Tachanun, right? His supplication here is for like when Moshe, it was pleading, right? It's a plea. So, but this section 6 to 10 brings out the confidence of response. So give ear to my prayer. This is taken and found in Psalm 55, right? Hebraically, verse 2, verse 1, verse 2. And then we said the 10, right? A 10 in supplications, a 10, kashab. Kashab means to hear too, right? It means to hear as well. We're hakshava b'kol tachanunotai, and hear tachanunotai, hear my supplications, more than one request, asking for favor, right? For mercy, for pity, right? This has a sense of pricking up the ears, paying attention, really paying attention. You can hear somebody, but then you really attentively, right? You attentively hear, This brings up that attention, right, to the supplication. This is found in Psalm 130. In Psalm 130, round about verse 1, verse 2, the same verse right here. Keep it pushing. In the day of my trouble, beyond sarati, right? Right? Ekraeka. In the day of my trouble, I will call Ekraeka. I will call upon Ka, the I, right? When? The Yom, in the Yom, right? In the Yom, in the day, Sarati, of my Sara. Sara is straits, right? Distress, trouble, straits, like this, bring out a sense of anxiety. Day of my anxiety, right? So here, for thou wilt answer me. See the confidence there? The Anna. Remember, we open up the Anna to answer, to respond. For thou, the I, will answer me. Ki ta'aneni. Ki ta'aneni. Ki, because ki ta'aneni. You will ana me. You will answer, you respond to me. So here we have this in Psalm 77, Psalm 77, Hebrew, the third verse, right? This sense right here, you find it in that psalm right there. Keep it pushing, verse 8. Remember, psalm largely made of quotations from other psalms and other areas of the scriptures. Here it says, among the gods, right? Among the gods, none like to thee, Adonai, O Lord of his mercy, Adonai, Adonai, Ein kamoka, ba Elohim, slika, Ein kamoka, ba Elohim, Adonai, Ain, there's not. Remember, we talking about Ain, old Malvado. There's none like to thee. Well, here in this verse it says Ain, there's not. Kamoka, kamo like ka. There's none kamo like ka, like the I. Ain kamoka, ba Elim. Amongst or in the Elohim, ba Elohim, among the Elohim, Adonai. Isn't this interesting? Right? Now, of course, the Elohim was in the Hebrew sense, the judges, but also this is going beyond that, right? This is we have this here in Exodus chapter 15, right? This verse here is actually from Exodus, the Song of the Sea, the Song of Moshe, right? The Song of the Sea, right? The Song of the Sea, the Exodus Psalm in Psalm 15, and Exodus 15, verse 11, as well as Deuteronomy chapter 3, right? Verse 24. Remember this Torah reading and feeding. Waetachhanan. You see the connection here? So according to the royal order, we have the psalm here in the season. Here with this Torah reading in the season. So as we study the psalms, we have a reflection even in the Torah reading and feeding. So here, this verse right here, full of the Hebrew. Ein kamoka ba Elohim Adonai ve'ein ka ma'aseka ve'ein ka ma'aseka. We'ain ka ma'aseka, and there's none like to your, here we go, none like to your ma'aseh. Ma'aseh, work. Ma'aseh is a work, a deed done did. So here in the second part of the verse, it says we'ain, and there doesn't exist. There doesn't exist. There is not, doesn't exist. Ka, like ma'aseh, like the works of ka. Ma'aseh ka. We'ain ka ma'aseh ka. And there are no works. Well, there's nothing that's like to your works, right? There's nothing that like to your works of the works, right? This here is brought out from Exodus chapter 15, verse 11, and Deuteronomy. Here, this Torah reading and feeding, chapter 3, verse 24. Let's keep it pushing here. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee. Adonai, O Lord of his mercy, Adonai, right? Adonai, and shall glorify Shemeka, shall glorify the I male name. It says, call Goyim Asher Asita, for all the Goyim, for all the Goys, the Goyim, for all the nations and nationalities, call all Goyim, Ki Goyim, Asher, that which Asita, that which you Asa, asa, that which you asa, that which you did, you done did, right? Asita, that which the eye has made. Ya bo'u, ya bo'u, ya bo'u, they shall bow, ya bo'u, they shall bow, ya bo'u, they shall come, they shall enter in, ya bo'u, where yishtachawu, yishtachawu, where and yishtachawu, yishtachawu, and they will shaha, they will bow down, they will prostrate, they will depress, right? Bend down, take it 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 down low. They will prostrate, they will worship, they will bow down, they will prostrate themselves, right? Before Elohim in worship, bow, right? Like fall flat, right? Get flat, get flat. All nations get flat, right? They will prostrate, right? Call goyim asher asita yabo'u ve'yishtachawu lefaneka Adonai, before your face, right? Where yishtachawu, they will shaha, they will bow down, they will prostrate. That is to say, they will worship, right? They will worship where yishtachawu lifaneka, before your presence, before your face, Adonai. We kabdu, and they will glorify kabad, kabed. They will recognize your gravitas. They will recognize that you are the gravity. You are heavy, weighty, right? This is one sense of it. The word for honor has to do in the Hebrew sense with heaviness and weight, right? Like gravity, gravitas, right? In that sense of gravitas, right? Not lightweight, but heavy. In the bad sense, it can be burdensome, dull. But in the good sense, as used here, of the good, the all good, right? You are rich, you are honorable, right? They will glorify, they will honor, right? They will glorify, they will honor. Wekabdu, li shemeka, shemeka, the I Shem. They will glorify the Hashem. They will glorify the name. They will glorify the reputation, the fame, the glory, the name, the Hashem, the designation of Ha Elohim, of Eloheinu, Ha Elohim. This part here, Isaiah, this is Yeshaya. So here we got a quote from the prophet Isaiah. Isaiah 24 and 15, Chabarim. Check Isaiah 24 and 15. The verse here expresses the culminating hope Judaically, Hebraically, of Judaic and Hebraic thought. The union of all humanity, non-partially, under the sovereignty of Yahweh Eloheinu, under the sovereignty of Elohim, of Ha Elohim. That figures prominently in the liturgy, right? In the Hebraic, Judaic, the Amidah, standing prayer, and the Kadase, right? The Kiddush, right? The prayer, the sacred service, especially like in the prayer book. This sense that this verse here brings out, that all nations, all nationalities, whom thou hast made, right? They shall come and they shall prostrate, they shall get flat, right? They shall worship before thee, before your face, Adonai, and they shall glorify with kabdu li shemeka, right? Li shemeka. They shall glorify the I male name. Here. This verse right here. Once again, where we're at right here. This is verse, here we go. Kol goyim asher asita. Yabo'u we yishtachawu lefaneka Adonai. We kabdu lishmeka. So here, bringing out verse 10 to seal up this second right section right here. Why would they do this? One might ask, well, why would they do this? Well, he gives the answer. We got the answer for you, right? For thou, the I, right? For the I, for thou, right here, for thou, great, right? Ki, because gadol, because you are gadol, ki gadol, you are great, you are large, you are great. You know what I mean? You're distinguished, right? This is use of Elohim Atzmo, right? Use of the Elohim, the true good, the true God. Ein od milabado, there ain't none other, right? For you are great. When they recognize that their gods are just their, maybe some truth, but a lot of figments of imaginations that's no good. When they recognize that, they shall come, right, and recognize that thou art great, thou art important. Ki gadol ata, you male, where and where Osei niflaot. Where Osei. Now Osei is from the Asa. Asa, he did, right? To do, he did. Osei is the doer. So who be Yahweh, who be Adonai? He be Ha Osei. He be the doer. So here it says, where Osei niflaot. You are the doer of niflaot, right? You are the doer of that which is fala. Niflaot, right? Niflaot from fala. You're the doing of that which is surpassing understanding, right? That's beyond one's power to do, and many times beyond one's power to understand what Adonenu has did. Ki gadol ata, will oseh niflaot. Ata, you yourself and none other. So even when it says thou, in the Hebrew, the actual pronoun. Remember, whenever we have like the pronoun, it's often for emphasis. When it says ata, it means the I, and none other, right? The I and none other. Ki gadol ata, ve'oseh niflaot. Ata Elohim levadeka. You are Elohim alone. This links with the Ain Od Milvado. Now, just to show you this here, because the KJV, when they do the Strongs, they don't get every word. But here, remember the Bad and Lebado. Here we have Lebadeka, Levadecha, modern Hebrew Levadecha, right? But here, Lebadeka, to bring out a sense of alone, right? None other, right? I and the Father is one. That still means Ahad, right? Alone, right? All one, right? So right here, thou doest wondrous things. We have this in Psalm 70, right? Psalm 72, right? Psalm 72, round about verse 18, Hebraically, and Psalm 77, round about verse 14, Hebraically. So right here, thou art Elohim alone, right? We have this in Psalm 83 and 19, Hebraically. 83 and 19, that aloneness, that oneness, that bad, lebadeka, thou alone. Now here, bringing out this section right here, right, verses 11 to 13, is a tefillah, is a prayer for guidance. I remember I opened up for plea, and here we have a prayer for guidance. So the opening, right, first 5 verses, Psalm 86, Mizmor Pei Vav, Mizmor Fei Wow. Here, Psalm 86, opening first 5 verses, plea for a hearing, right? Verses 6 to 10, the confidence. All those verses we just got through, verses 6 to 10, is the confidence, the surety of response. It's like when Yeshua said, he said that when you pray, when you ask, like, don't doubt, right? Know that you receive those things that you ask, right? That's confidence there. That is batach. You know what I mean? That's confidence. So right here, this section here is the prayer for guidance. The prayer for guidance. Teach me thy way, O Yahweh. I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear or to respect, to reverence Shemekah, right? The I Shem, the Hashem, the I male name. Here, right? Horeini Yahweh, Horeini Darkeka. Ahalek ba amiteka. So here, first part of the verse right here, teach me, right? Horeini here comes from yara. Yara is a root word, yara, right? Let's see, we bring out the sense Horeini, right? In the Hefel, right, sense of to teach, to direct, to teach, right? That sense of teach me, to direct me, to instruct me. The yara, the yara word here, you see where it says throw, shoot, cast, pour? Because when you throw, shoot, cast, or pour, you aim it, right? There's a sense of yara, like pointing the finger. This is the root of the word Torah, right? This is the root of the word Torah, is from yara. Torah, from yara. And here we have hore, ani. Hore, right? To teach, to direct, to instruct, like point the finger. To teach, to direct, to instruct. Hore ni, hore ani. Hore ni, Yahweh, teach me, O he who be, darkeka, right? Teach me, right? Thy derek, right? Thy derek, darkeka. Teach me your derek, teach me your way, the truth, the life. Horeini Yahweh, darkeka, ahalek, your way, darkeka, ahalek, your way, I will halakha. When it's the halakha, this is the root of the sense of halakha, Judaically, Hebraically. But if you don't study, you won't find it. You'll think, oh, that must be some Yiddish thing. No, it's not. Halak. Ahalek. Ahalek is like I will walk. Ahalek. Ahalek ba in amiteka. In amiteka. In your emet. Right? In your truth. Amiteka. I will walk in your truth, in your firmness. I will walk in your faithfulness, in your reliability, your sureness. Right? Your faithfulness. Interesting in the Hebrew, when we talk about faith and belief and stuff, but the Hebrew sense of the word they call belief connects with this idea of truth and trust and truth and reliability and firmness, right? Truth right here in truth, truly, right? Certainty, stability, trustworthiness. So in the English, people go back to the word belief and then religio, and then they get into the Gentile, the Latin, all that crazy stuff. But then when we look at it in the Hebraic sense, we see that the word for truth is at the root of faith. You see what I'm saying? And trust and certainty. Check. So right here, he says, teach me, right, thy way, O Yahweh. I will walk in thy truth. So teach me your way. Horeini Yahweh, darkeka ahalek ba'amiteka. I will walk in thy male truth, right? Yached, Yached, Yached. Yached is the word unite from Yachad. Yachad is the root, the ground word, the root word to join. He joined, he united, he was joined, he was united. Yachad, right? Here is a command, Yached, 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 unite. Yached levavi, Yached levavi, Yached levavi. Unite my lebab, my inner man, my mind, my will, my heart, right? My inner man, the innermost of my innocence. Yached lebabi le yir'eh, yir'ah, slika, le yir'ah, and, right, to fear, right? Yir'ah, le yir'ah, to reverence, to yareh. Now, notice this right here. You see when we find the yare? Yare, to fear, to reverence, and the word yarah. Yarah is not the same word, though it might seem similar. It is similar, but it's not the same word. So right here, yached lebabi, le yirah, right? To yirah, le yirah, to yirah, to reverence, le yirah, shemeka, to reverence thy male name, Shemeka, right? The I name, the I male name. So teach me, O Lord, thy way, right? This is from Psalm, we have this in Psalm 27, Hebraically in the Hebrew manuscript at verse 11. Walk in thy truth, ahalek ba'amiteka, ahalek ba'amiteka, right? To walk in thy emet, right? In thy truth, ba'amiteka, right? To walk in thy truth. We have this in Psalm 26, right? Hebraically at verse 3, right? KJV verse 2 perhaps, but Hebraically verse 3, Psalm 26 verse 3, make one my heart, unite my heart, make one my heart. So I'm not double-minded, double-hearted, right? Make your yay, yay. Remember what Yeshua said, make your yay, 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 and your nay, 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 nay. So unite, the sense of make one my heart. Yached levabi, lebabi, my lebab, lebabi. Unite my lebab, my heart, right? Li yirah, to yare, yirah, to reverence, right? To reverence, to respect, right? To reverence, to respect, right? Shemeka, to reverence, to respect thy name. It's interesting how this psalm weaves, right? It weaves Yahweh, the Hashem, the covenant name, with Adonai, right? That attributional title attribute, like it's a name, but it's a name of title. While Yahweh is his name, right? His, like you say, personal name. How it weaves these two, right? Very much together. You notice every time we begin a new section, it begins off with the Hashem, Yahweh. But then as we continue, it's in that plea for mercy, Adonai. And we see the example in Moshe, Robeno, and we studied Moshe when he pleaded too, right? He might have called Yahweh, but he wasn't so bold. Like he didn't just use it like it says, lift up the name of, Yahweh Eloheinu, right, in vain. So here in this section right here, make one my heart. In Jeremiah, the prophet Jeremiah, right? Jeremiah chapter 32 at verse 39, right? At verse 39. The petition here is for a heart entirely concentrated in oneness upon Ha Elohim, upon Eloheinu, upon the Creator, upon the Source, and not distracted, taken off track. You remember he said to walk the way, so a way is like a track. So not to take an off track, to be distracted, right? By other desires, right? By other desires. So here, this verse right here, again, Horeini Yahweh darkeka, ahaleka ba'amiteka, yacheda lebabiya le yirah shemeka. So here, verse 12. So notice in every section that it began, I noticed this with Yahweh, and then, after, declaring that, it's like, now it's like the mercy, the Lord of mercy, the Adonai. So here it says, I will praise the Adonai, Elohai, my Elohim, with all my heart, and I will glorify thy name. See the importance on the name? Shemeka, the I male name, forevermore. So right here, Odika. So Odika is from Yada. Yada is from Yad. Yad is hand. Right? See that interesting right there, hand. But you see how the word for throw, to shoot, to cast, is also in a more intensive form of it. It is to give thanks. Od, I will thank Ka. I will thank the I male. Odika, Adonai Elohai, B'kol levabi, with all my heart and all, B'kol lebabi, in all my lebab, in all the innermost of my innocence, right? Of all my heart. Right here. The word for thanks, you see what it says, especially, right? To revere, right? This, the Hebrew sense of it is this, right here. Especially to revere, right? To revere or worship with extended hands. Put your hands up. Here you say, I'm going to put my hands up. Or the Ka Adonai Elohai, B'kol lebabi, with all, right? With the entirety of my heart, my lebab, the innermost of my innocence. And I will glorify thy name. Wa akabda. Wa and akabda. I will kabed, to glory. Akabda. Wa akabda. I will glorify, right? Wa akavda shemeka. I will glorify the I male Shem, the I male name, li olam, forevermore. Olam. Remember we talked about olam earlier? I said how olam can be future tense of forever and past tense of forever. You see where it says right here? It says ancient time. You see where it says ancient time? He who was, he who is, he who will be. Right? You know what I mean? So Yeshua could have been there on the mountain speaking to Moshe, right? At the very same time that we read of in the historical scripture. Because remember, for he who be who he be, you know what I'm saying? It is one. We know past, but he, right, can be in that past, right? When we talk about forever, the forever sense. So forever it says of past or forever of future. And this is a whole different concept than we have, been led to believe. We always think of forever future. But the thing that forever past, wow. That's almost like good news in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Especially in grace, in the Brit Chadasha sense, right? But the sense of forever as time, it means time out of mind. You see what it says time out of mind? Generally time out of mind. Notice this word forever. Most people take forever, it's like, yeah, like going on in the future. They forget or they never knew, right, that it also means time past. Right? Time past, right? He who was, he who is, he who's to come. So because he who was, how could the past really be gone to him? You see what I'm saying? It seems to be gone in a sense to us, right? You know what I mean? Being limited, not being as he who be who ye be, who be forever, right? In time, out of time, practically eternity. So right here, this particular verse, and I will glorify thy name, wa kabda shemeka le'olam, right? I will thank thee. More better than praise, the odeka, like I will thank thee. Odeka, I will thank thee, right? Odeka, Adonai, I will thank thee, Adonai. Elohai, Hailai, Elohai, Adonai, Elohai, I will thank thee, my Lord, Lord of his mercy. Elohai, my Elohim, my God. Odeka, Adonai, Elohai, B'kol levavi, in all, with all my heart, wa akavda shemeka le'olam. So in Psalm 9, round about verse 2 in the Hebrew, we have, I will thank thee, odeka, od, I thanking ka, the I male, odeka, right? Because lebabi, with all or in all my heart, for that he and I and we had prayed in the previous verse. When you think about it, the previous verse, this prayer was what the prayer was, and here he's saying, I'm doing it. Look, I'm doing it, right? Le olam, forever, right? Forever, ever, forever, forevermore, right? During the, some say, some bringing this out as during the remainder of my life, but no, I think this is beyond that. But as long as I be, I exist, right? In whatever time, even if there's no time, right? Forevermore, right? This is firm here. So here, moving to the 13th verse. Why? Why? Notice the why. For, because. Key, right? Because Chas, chasideka, ki chasideka, for your chesed, your loving kindness, gadol, alai. Gadol is big, big, big. Gadol, alai, all upon ani, upon I, alai. For your, right, loving kindness, for great is your mercy, says toward me. But the Hebrew is alai. Alai is like above, upon me, like aleikem, shalom alei, peace be up on you, right? Alai. Here he says it's upon I. Ki, because chasideka gadol alai, because your mercy is great upon I, right? And great upon I, and thou hast delivered my soul from the lowest hell. The eye has delivered my soul. Where hitzalta nafshi yamiya she'ola tachatiyah. Where and hitzalta, for you have natsal. Hitzalta is in the he fil sense, to snatch, to take away, to snatch away, to deliver, to rescue. For you have snatched away, delivered, rescued. You snatched where hitzalta nafshi. You snatched my soul, my psyche. My psyche was about to go into some danger, and you snatched my soul, my psyche out of it. Where hitzalta nafshi, me, Sheol. From what? From Sheol. Sheol. This is not even hell. That place, Sheol. Like the it's like it depends on the type of soul, the experience. Remember, Yeshua brought it out with the rich man, right, that wore purple, and Lazarus, that they both had died, and one was in the bosom of Abraham, and then the other one was in like a hot, bad, thirsty place, and there was a big gap between the two. So we see the fate of the righteous and the wicked. That place there, this is the Sheol. Right? Sometimes we may get glimpses of Sheol in nightmares, and some hell-like experiences on earth are glimpses of this same Sheol. Right? So this is a whole teaching, hopefully, on this. But you have delivered my soul from the lowest hell. So notice, the speaker is still in the land of the living, but they have already experienced hell. Right? Because some people say, oh, hell is only in the afterlife. No, not so. All right, and this verse proves that it's not so. Full, the verse right here, where he's alta nafshi mishiola tachatiya, from the tachtiya, from the lowest one, right? From the lowest. Tachti is lower, tachtiya, mishiol tachtiya, from the lowest one, the low. You know, like sometimes, you really, it's like a nightmare. Right? Whether it's in a nightmare sense, in the soul experiencing, Sheol in that way, right? Or in this life. Because remember, the speaker is speaking about things that have occurred in this life. Right? For great thy mercy toward me, thou hast delivered my soul from the lowest, right? From the lowest Sheol. Kia hasideka gadol alai. Where hitzalta nafshi ami Sheol atachatiya. Here. Let's hit that note right there. Now, both of those translations are false, right? Are false and somewhat stupid in a sense, because they confuse people more. Right? There's the word for grave, the kibra. That's where the body goes. Right? But what happens to the soul? You see? You know what I mean? You see, so the soul can experience this both here and also there. Check. So in this verse here, for great is thy mercy, right? Kia chasidika gadol. For great is thy mercy. Remember the Psalm quotations from here and there. We have Psalm 57, Hebraically verse 11, verse 10, verse 11. Thou hast delivered hitzalta. You have snatched, right? With hitzalta nafshi. Delivered, snatch my soul. We have this deliverance, right? Here in Psalm 56, right? Round about verse 14. In the Hebrew, verse 13, verse 14, Psalm 56, the lowest netherworld. I think this is a better bringing it out, the netherworld. Because sometimes you go into, a dream and it's not a pleasant dream. That's like hell. You wake up like, oh my God, what was that? You know what I'm saying? For thou had delivered, right? Snatched my soul. You know what I mean? I don't know if that ever happened to y'all, but it did on a few occasions. You just have a pleasant dream and the dream goes sideways or something like that. And then it's like, just wake up, right? That's the beauty, right? Maybe he was speaking about this as well. But what we have here in the lowest netherworld, what they say hell there, but that's a false construct right there. It's Mishiol Tachtiya, right? The depths of Sheol, right? A similar phrase occurs in Deuteronomy. In Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 22. 32, right, verse 22. And here, the final part here, brothers and sisters, give thanks those who have stuck with I to this particular point, I and I right here. This is the closing section. So we had a prayer for guidance, and here's a prayer for protection. What do we say? Rastafari, guidance and protection. Notice in this Psalm 86, we both have guidance, right, in verses 11 to 13. And here to seal up Psalm 86, Mizmor Fei Wow, Mizmor Pei Vav, Psalm 86, a prayer. We have a prayer of guidance here to close. We have prayer, tefillah for protection, for protection. So right here, Elohim, O Elohim, the proud are risen against I. The assemblies of violent have sought after my psyche, my soul, and have not set thee, the I, before them, have not set the I before them. Elohim, Zedim, Kamu, Alai. Elohim, O Creator, O Judge, Almighty Power, Elohim, Zadim. The who? The Zadim, the Zaid. Right? They say from Aleph, from A to Z, right? But here these are the Zadim, right? They're the arrogant, Zadim, the proud, the insolent, the arrogant, the presumptuous, the Zadim, right? Elohim, Zadim, Kamu, Kamu, Kamu. Kamu, 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 Kamu. They kum. They're rising up. Kamu. They have risen up. Alai. Against I, like a up above, upon I, like somebody want to put their foot down. That's the perspective. Alai. Right? Up on I. Here. We have a prayer for protection right here. Right? And this verse is almost verbatim as what we have in Psalm 54. In Psalm 54, he breaks through the fifth verse, might be verse 4 in KJV, but in the Hebrew, in this verse here, right, is almost verbatim as what we have in Psalm 54, verse 5, verse 4, verse 5, right here. That Elohim, a plea to the judge, right? Elohim, Zedim, Kamu, Alai. Where wa adata ratzim, and the congregation wa adat, and the adat of the aritzim, and the assemblies, the Adah, congregation of the aritzim. Who are the aritzim? Awe-inspiring, terrible, like ruthless, like almost like tyrants, like tyrannical ones, down pressers. But here it also has a sense in the Hebrew of violence, right? Of violence, arat, right? Arat. They cause fear and dread because they're very violent, right? Of the terrible ones, right? The sense of the terrible ones, the Hebrew sense of the terrible ones, right? And the assemblies, wa adat, assembly of the aritzim, right? A company of violent men, right? Bikashu, nafshi, Bikashu. They have sought, they have bakash, right? Bakash, they seek, right? They seek, Bikashu, they seek nafshi, they seek my soul, my psyche. They seek her with low and not samuka, with low samuka. Le negdam, and they have not samuka, they have not set, right? Samuka, samu, right? Samu right here from the seam root, to set, to place, to appoint, to say like they have not set, they have not placed, they have not appointed. Wallah samuka, right? They have not placed the I, male, samu ka, wallah samu ka. They have not placed the I, lid negdam, before them, right? They like put Yahweh and put the way, the truth, and life behind them, but they have not said it before them, like in their face. So this verse here, as we just mentioned, is almost verbatim of Psalm 54, round about verse 5 in the Hebrew. Keep it moving. But thou, right? That's who they be, but who you be, O he who be, who he be. We'ata Adonai. We'ata Adonai. V'ata Adonai. We'ata Ata. But the I, male, my Adonai, O Lord, Lord of his mercy. El Rachum Wechanun Rekapayim Rabba Cheseda We'emet. Chant this part, Remember the other verse when we went to Exodus chapter 34, right? Exodus chapter 34, verse 6, right? Where Moshe requested to get to know Yahweh, who he be. Remember the name Yahweh from the Hebrew, right? Intelligent Hebrew understanding. He becomes who he be. But then still it begs the question, well, who do you be? So Moshe, he asks to know he who he be, right? Better shew me thyself, that I may know thee, I may know thy way. And then in Exodus chapter 34, verse 6 is what we call the 13 attributes of mercy, right? Where Yahweh revealed the 13 attributes of mercy. And this verse here, right, is quoted from Exodus chapter 34, verse 6, right? This verse here, where he says, but thou, Adonai, right? Oh Lord, Lord of mercy, who you be, right? And he calls on the Adonai, he uses Adonai in a similar way as Moshe when you study Torah. When Moshe is plea bargaining, right, for Yisrael, for the people. So here, this verse right here, Wa'ata Adonai, El Rachum, you are El Rachum, El, the Almighty of Rachum, of compassion, Rachum, compassionate one. Always of Elohim with one, they say, possible exception, right? El Rachum, you are compassionate. El Rachum with Chanun, and you are Chanun. Remember Hanan, Wa'etchana'n, to beg, to beseech for favor, for pity, right? But he who be, this is Chanun. The Chanun means that he is gracious. He's like full of Hanan. He's full of pity. He's full of mercy, right? We can say of grace, of pity, of favor, right? Chanun, right? Chanun ereka payim. Ereka payim is an interesting one. It's translated as long suffering, but literally, to show that we don't understand Hebrew always literally, is erek. Erek is long. Erek in the sense of patient, slow to anger. Erek apayim. Right? You are long nose, right? Literally. But that means that, when people get angry, or you get angry or scared, our breath changes, right? The best way to regulate that is be slow of breath, right? Long of breath. Take a deep breath, right? So it says that he's long suffering, right? In that sense, erekapayim, right? He's not like easily angered, right? Long suffering, right? Long nose, long breath, right? And plenteous, what? And plenteous in mercy and truth, what we just touched on in the earlier verse. We'ata Adonai El Rachum Wechanun Erekapayim Werab Chesed We'emet. Right here. So the psalmist and I, we draw a comparison between the heartlessness, right, of his enemies and enemies and haters, and the graciousness of Yahweh Elohim, of he who be, our Elohim, our creator, our judge, our almighty power, relying and even deep ending up on the divine clemency, right, divine mercy, right? He and I seeks to take courage, right? Take courage to offer the tefillah, the prayer that follows, although he is conscious, and I should be conscious of his and I unworthiness. Remember that somebody pleads for pity, for favor, it's usually that they did something wrong. They don't have a right to stand, right? That's why one must plead for favor. Please pity me, right? Like pity the fool, pity I, right? Show me undeserved favor. I know I don't have anything, right, that merits this. You know what I mean? But I plead. I fall on the mercy of the divine court. This is the sense here, right, that we have here. And this is also why he's making reference, as Moshe did, right, in beseeching Yahweh to have mercy on the children of Israel, in rightly dividing the attributes of the 13 attributes of Yahweh, right, to achieve the desired result, right? Here he says, oh, turn to me. The idea is like, somebody not turning their face, they turn their back to you, and you're like, no, please, come on, turn around, like, please show me your face, like, turn to me, right? Turn to me and have mercy, right, upon me, right? Give thy strength to thy servant. Notice this too, that in the prayer, he refers, right, and we should refer and be, of course, makes the word true, right, his servant. Notice that he calls upon, his status is that the only thing he appeals to is being his servant. But now notice how kind of dread it gets, or must be, for the speaker and I, that he says, give thy strength to thy servant and save the son of thy handmaid. They say you're a Yehudi if your mama is a Yehudi. There's a principle there, but there's a principle here. Notice in the opening, he says, I'm your servant. Now he says, give strength to thy servant and save, get that? And save the son of thy handmaid. So in a sense, he's kind of appealing, right, to even his mother's virtue. It's kind of interesting, right? When somebody say like on their mama, they might mean different things by it, but in the good sense, in the true sense right here, it's that sense of save the son of thy handmaiden. Penei Eli we'atchaneni tena uzeka le'abdeka we'hoshi'ah leben amateka, leben, the ben amateka, the son of thy amateka, the son of thy maid servant, right, of thy handmaiden, the son of thy maid servant, right? So in a sense, the one praying is obviously invoking even his mother. It's kind of an interesting sense, ain't that? Right? Oh, turn. Penei, pana, turn. It's like the turn, like turn your face, right? The sense of this pana, right, is related to face, like turn your face, right? Penei Eli, turn your face to Ani, to I, we'atchaneni, and have Hanan. Remember the Hanan? Because notice what he said in the verse before. He said, you are full, right? You are the one who is the merciful one, where he says, Wa'ata Adonai, El Rahum We'Hanun. Hanun is one who is full of Hanan, right? Hana, right? Grace. Here is now, he makes his appeal. So he's appealing to the one who has, that grace, that favor, that pity to spare. Penei Elaya we'atchaneni, right? Tina, give. Tina comes from Natan as a command. Natan, right? Tina, right? Give, the I, give. Tina, uzeka, give your uzeka, give your uzi, uzeka, give the I, oz, right? Ooze, give your strength, right? Tina, uzeka, le abdeka, give your abdeka, right? Your uzeka, right? Give abdeka your uzeka, Tina, uzeka, le abdeka, give your servant abdeka your uzeka, your oz, your strength. And then he says this right here, we're Hoshiah, and Hoshiah, and save, we're Hoshiah, leben amateka, and save the ben, the son, right, the ben of Amah, the I amateka, right, of thy maid servant, right? Turn to me and be gracious to me. This also is a quote. Turn to me and have mercy upon me. Turn to me and be gracious to me. Penei Elaya we'atchaneni, right, is a quotation from Psalm 25. So Psalm 25 is quoted a few times here in this psalm. Psalm 25, Hebraically, verse 16. Servant, based on what merit? So when, notice, by saying penei in the Hebrew is almost like a command. Like somebody turn away and you say, penei Eli, right? Penei Eli, turn to me, right? Penei Eli. Penei, turn, like turn your face. Eli to I. Penei Eli, right? So in a sense, right, when we pray or we ask, it's sort of a command, right? But of course, in prayer, right? Pene Eli, like turn to me, and with chaneni, and have pity on me, right? Give thy strength to thy servant, right? So it's based on what? It's based on I'm your servant, right? Abdeka, and I'm the Ben Amateka. I'm Abdeka Ben Amateka. Abdika ben Amatika. That's who I be. You know what I mean? Based on this servant and son of thy handmaid. Again, in Psalm 116, Hebraically verse 16, the terms of self-humiliation, right? Right? Humbling. And even humiliation, but in the humbling sense, right? Because it says, if we big up ourselves, he'll put us down. But if we humble ourselves, he'll big us up. You see what I'm saying? Terms of self-humbling, even humiliation used by a suppliant, one who is begging. Like if somebody's begging for mercy, right, or pity or favor, and they have no right to, they should humble themselves, right? This is used here by the suppliant in his prayer and in our prayer to arouse sympathy, right? Simpatico, to arouse simpatico. The she'ela, the petition, the abetuta, the petition here, the ask here, may also imply that as a servant, even a slave, right? But as a servant looks to his master, right, for protection against assault, right? So a good servant can look to a good master, right, for protection against assault. So the psalmist and ani va'ani, I and I, right, turns to Adonayo, Adonenu, our sovereign master boss, in this time, right, in this time of danger, danger, danger. Furthermore, Ben Amateka, son of thy handmaid, it denotes like a servant slash slave, but a servant who is part of the household by birth. I want to point this out Hebraically and in the context, right? Right, to the Hebrew roots and culture, to say Ben, right? Ben Amateka, right? Son of thy handmaid. This is like a servant who is part of the household by birth, with a superior claim. Get this here. With a superior claim on the master, on Ha'adon, right? To that of a purchased, servant. Remember, there's a servant who's born in the house, right? The context of handmaid, that's the context there, right? Even if it's used spiritually, right? Or in the second new covenant sense, we have to remember the groundation, right? If I show you earthly things, remember that, right? So this one who is Ben Amateka, right, is born in the household. They're a servant, but they are born in the household, and they have a superior call and claim, right, on the master, right, on the boss, on the sovereign, right, to that of one who had been purchased or bought, right, in that sense. So just so that one's overstand, right there, and here, the final verse right here. Shew me a token for good. Shew me a token for good, that they that hate me may see. This is like a favorite verse here. I just have to say that. Often I don't put too many personal, right, commentaries into it, but right here, this is a favorite right here, and maybe it's your favorite too, right? It'll become your favorite. Shew me, right? Show I a token, like a sign, right, for good, right? For what? For good. Right? Because you say, show me a sign, you can get all kind of sign. Life is one big road with lots of signs. But show me a token, right? So the token here is the oat. Oat, there it is, oat. Oat is a sign, a signal, a distinguishing mark, a banner, remembrance, oat, right? Show me a token, a sign, a banner for good, right? Why? So that they that hate, that are haters, my haters, and that hate me, and that hate I and I, may see. You want them to see it, right? And be ashamed, right? Because thou, Atah, the I and none other, Yahuwah, Oh, he who be who he be. Hakadosh, the Holy One, Baruch Hu, blessed be he, Baruch Hashem, blessed be the name, has hope in me. Old English, hope in. You've helped. So in the Old English, hoping was like the past tense of help. Think about that. Hoping. All right, will you help me? I have hope in you. I have hoping. You has helped me, right? And comforted. And done what? And comforted I. So here, fulfillment verse right here. Aseh, imi ot, li toba. Aseh, imi. Now, here in the Hebrew, it's interesting because shu is the word asa. Asa means to do. We had a couple times in the Psalm, asa, right? He did, right? He did asa. But here is aseh, do. It's like a command, do, aseh, imi, do with me, right? Like we say, imanu, im means with. Im in Hebrew, imanu with us, right? Imi with me, right? So aseh, imi, do with me, imi, with, right? So you got, my bad, right there. I looked at the next verse. Aseh, imi yaot, do with me a sign, litoba, do with me a sign or work. More better, work in my behalf, Aseh, imi ot, work on my behalf and in my behalf, a sign, right? An oat, there it is, oat, a sign, oat, litoba, a sign for toba, not tob here, but in the feminine sense, toba, for good, right? Work, right, on my behalf. It's not shu as elsewhere shu is do, right? Asa, right? Is say, imi, do like with me. Ot litoba, do with me, right? And ot, a sign, li, for toba, for good, for benefit, for good, for that which is excellent, good, beneficial, right? Why? Right? Well, it says with Yeru, and they seeing. With and Yeru, and they seeing. Who's seeing? Sonai, right? Sonai, slika. With Yeru, Sonai, right? See, Sonai is my enemies. Sonai would be those who are Sane. They're so insane, right? Sane, right? So here is Sonai, right? Sonai is my enemies. If it was Sonai, it'll be the enemies of. Sonai, enemies of. Sonai, my enemy. With Yeru, and they seeing. With Yeru, and they will see. They are seeing, and they will see. Yeru, Sonai, Yeru, Sonai, with Yevoshu. Right? So my enemies, those who are hateful, my hateful ones, enemies, they'll see, and Yeboshu, they'll be boosh. There it is. They'll be put to shame. There it is. Yeboshu. They'll be disconcerted. They'll be disappointed. They'll feel shame. Right? Shame. Right? They'll be pale. They'll be shamed. They'll be disappointed, delayed. Yeboshu. Right? Ki, because ata, because the I male. Ki ata Yahweh, because the I, oh he who be who he be. Azartani, right? Azarta, you have helped ani. Azartani, you have azar. Azar means to help. Azarta means that you have already helped. Speaking to a man. Azarta, you have helped. To say you have helped me. Azarta ani, azartani, right? You have helped me, right? Ki ata Yahweh azartani, with niyachamtani, nichamta, and you have nechamta, you have nacham, right? Nacham, right? To be sorry, to console, right? The sense of being sorry, to pity, right? Comfort. So it has the sense of comfort and pity, right? This is like what we get in Hebrew, the sense of comforter, menachem, the menachem, right? You have sighed, you have breathed strongly. In a sense, you have sorried, right? Pity, consoled, right? But it brings out the sense of comfort, right? You have comforted me. Where nichamta, you have comforted ani. Where nichamtani. Where nichamta ani. Where nichamtani. So here, kiata, Yahweh azartani. Where nichamtani. Here, seal up verse right here. So here, what do we have here? A sign, ot, right? A sign, right? A visible manifestation of divine favor. So I've been favored, then do with me this sign, right? Do with me. It's more like with me. Some of the translation has it like work a sign, like how does the KJV says right here? Well, when it says shoe, that's kind of off right there. It's do, right? Do me or work for me. It says a token, right? A token for good. But the Hebrew sense is like work, almost like with me, a sign for good, right? Asay imi ot litova, right? So here, a sign, a visible manifestation, litova, for my benefit, right? For my good, for my toba, right? For my good. Let's scroll down here. You see, it has a masculine. Tob is the masculine, right? And toba is the feminine, right? Just so one see tob there, and I said toba, and it might, want to know what that's about. Well, there's a masculine, right? And the feminine sense, that brings out for my benefit, for my welfare, for my prosperity, for my happiness, for my good things, for my bounty, lit oba, right? For my benefit. Why? So that they, with Yeru, Sonai, right? And they that hate Sonai, the haters of I, right? Ata, because the I. Since there is nothing corresponding in the Hebrew here to it. You see where it says that they may see it? In the Hebrew, it's we Yeru. We and Yeru. Yeru. And they seeing, they will see. And they seeing, not they see it, they see that. No, there's nothing corresponding to it in the text. So a better translation is that they that hate me, my haters, may see. We Yeru, right? And be ashamed. We Yeboshu, right? That thou, ki ata, Yahweh, O he who he be, azartani, has helped me, with nichamtani, and has comforted, right? Has comforted me, right? The pronoun ata is emphatic, the I and none other. The recognition is that it was Yahweh Eloheinu, Ein od milbado. There is none else, and no one else. Who, he who be, he who rescued him and I, right, from the haters' hands, the hands of the haters, may have the effect of filling, right, his persecutors and false prosecutors with shame and hopefully remorse, and they can repent and be better people, be a human being, right? But they must first, right, here, see it, right, with Yeboshu, and be put to shame. Here is a quote also from Psalm 35:4, right? 35:4 Hebraically. Here to seal. Give thanks.
Come be a part of.
Rastafari, LOJ, and Lemen'hu Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Discipleship.
And on the outro right here.
Psalm 86.
מזמור פ"ו תפילה לדוד.
Bow down thine ear, O Lord.
אדוני,
Hear.
הטה אדוני אוזנך ענני.
For I am poor and needy.
כי עני ואביון אני.
Preserve my soul, for I am holy.
כי חסיד, שמרה נפשי כי חסיד אני.
O thou my God, O thou my God, O thou my God, O thou my God.
אתה אלוהי,
Save thy servant that trusteth in thee.
הושע עבדך, הבוטח אליך.
Be merciful unto me, O Lord, for I cry unto thee daily. Rejoice the soul of thy servant, for unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. For thou, Lord, art good and ready to forgive, and plenteous in mercy unto all them that call upon thee. Give ear, O Lord, unto my prayer, and attend to the voice of my supplication. In the day of my trouble I will call upon thee, for thou wilt answer me. Among the gods there is none like unto thee, O Lord, neither are there any works like unto thy works. All nations whom thou hast made shall come and worship before thee, O Lord, and shall glorify thy name. For thou art great, and doest wondrous things. Thou art God alone. Teach me thy way, O Lord. I will walk in thy truth. Unite my heart to fear thy name. I will praise thee, O Lord my God, with all my heart, and I will glorify thy name forevermore. For great is thy mercy toward me, and thou hast delivered my soul from the lowest hell. O God, the proud are risen against me, and the assemblies of violent men have sought after my soul, and have not set thee before them. But thou, O Lord, art a God full of compassion, and gracious, long-suffering, and plenteous in mercy and truth. O turn unto me, and have mercy upon me. Give thy strength unto thy servant, and save the son of thine handmaid. Show me a token for good, that they which hate me may see it and be ashamed. Because thou, Lord, hast holpen me, and comforted 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 me.
Ship radio.
מזמור פ"ו תפילה לדוד. הטה אדוני אוזנך ענני, כי עני ואביון אני. שמרה נפשי כי חסיד אני, הושע עבדך, אתה אלוהי, הבוטח אליך. חונני אדוני, כי אליך אקרא כל היום. שמח נפש עבדך, כי אליך אדוני נפשי אשא. כי אתה אדוני טוב וסלח, ורב חסד לכל קוראיך. האזינה אדוני תפילתי, והקשיבה בכל תחנונותי. ביום צרתי אקראך, כי תענני. אין כמוך באלוהים אדוני, ואין כמעשיך. כל גויים אשר עשית, יבואו וישתחוו לפניך אדוני, ויכבדו לשמך. כי גדול אתה ועושה נפלאות, אתה אלוהים לבדך. הורני אדוני דרכך, אהלך באמיתך. יחד לבבי ליראה שמך. הודך אדוני אלוהי בכל לבבי, ואכבדה שמך לעולם. כי חסדך גדול עלי, והצלת נפשי משאול תחתיה. אלוהים, זדים קמו עלי, ועדת עריצים ביקשו נפשי, ולא סמוכה לנגדם. ואתה, אדוני, אל רחום וחנון, ערך אפיים ורב חסד ואמת. פנה אלי וחונני, תנה עוזך לעבדיך, והושיע לבן אמתך. עשה עמי אות לטובה, ויראו שונאי ויבושו, כי אתה, אדוני, עזרתני וניחמתני.
Yes. On the outro right here, let's play the Amharic, the Royal Amharic right here. Hopefully we do a build on that as well. But right here for the outro, Shabu Tov, Chavarim. Here, good Shabu of Hashem Yeshua HaMoshiach here. From the Royal Amharic right here, Abraham Chebuda. Oh, long time dubwise. Yes, I. Good Shabu.
መዝሙር 85 በቅንፍ 86 የዳዊት ጸሎት። አቤቱ ጆሮህን ወደኔ አዘንብል አድምጠኝ፣ ችግረኛና ምስኪን ነኝና፣ ቅዱስ ነኝና ነፍሴን ጠብቅ። አምላኬ ሆይ አንተን የታመነውን ባሪያህን አድነው። አቤቱ ቀኑን ሁሉ ወደ አንተ ጮኻለሁና ማረኝ፣ የባሪያህን ነፍስ ደስ አሰኝ። አቤቱ ነፍሴን ወደ አንተ አነሳለሁና፣ አቤቱ አንተ መሐሪና ይቅር ባይ ነህና፣ ምሕረትህም ለሚጠሩ ሁሉ ብዙ ነውና። አቤቱ ጸሎቴን አድምጥ፣ የልመናዬንም ድምፅ ስማ። ትመልስልኛለህና በመከራዬ ቀን ወደ አንተ እጠራለሁ። አቤቱ ከአማልክት የሚመስልህ የለም፣ እንደ ሥራህም ያለ የለም። ያደረግሃቸውም አሕዛብ ሁሉ ይመጣሉ፣ አቤቱ በፊትህም ይሰግዳሉ፣ ስምህንም ያከብራሉ። አቤቱ ድንቅ የምታደርግ አንተ ታላቅ ነህና፣ አንተም ብቻህን ታላቅ አምላክ ነህን። አቤቱ መንገድህን ምራኝ፣ በእውነትህም እሄዳለሁ። ስምህን ለመፍራት ልቤ ደስ ይለዋል። አቤቱ አምላኬ ሆይ በልቤ ሁሉ አመሰግንሃለሁ፣ ለዘላለምም ስምህን አከብራለሁ። ምሕረትህ በእኔ ላይ ታላቅ ናትና፣ ነፍሴንም ከታችኛይቱ ሲኦል አድነሃታልና። አቤቱ ዓመፀኞች በእኔ ላይ ተነስተዋል፣ የክፉዎችም ማኅበር ነፍሴን ፈለጓት፣ በፊታቸውም አላደረግኩ። አቤቱ አንተ ግን መሐሪና ሩሩህ አምላክ ነህ። መዓትህ የራቀ ምሕረትህም እውነትህም የበዛ ወደ እኔ ተመልከት ማረኝም። ለባሪያህ ኃይልህን ስጥ፣ የሴት ባሪያህንም ልጅ አድን። ምልክትንም ለመልካም ከኔ ጋር አድርግ፣ የሚጠሉኝ ይዩ ይፈሩም። አቤቱ አንተ ረድተኸኛልና አጽናንተኸኛልምና።
whatever you have done. Thank you, my brethren, for all your contributions.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.